from farm owner Wayne Mullins. Mullins and his children were given lifetime cattle grazing rights on the Guidestone site. The monument was unveiled on March 22nd, 1980, before an audience variously described as 100 to or 400 people. Christian later transferred ownership of the land and the Guidestones to Alberton County. In 2008, the stones were defaced with polyurethane paint and graffiti, with slogans such as "Death to the New World Order," end quote. Wired magazine called the defacement, quote, "the first serious act of vandalism in the Guidestones' history." I mean, it's not a very long history. September 28, 2014, an employee of the Albert County Maintenance Department contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation when the stones were vandalized with graffiti and including the phrase, "I am ISIS, goddess of love." So that's like the background there. Now here's kind of like the crux of what it was getting at here. Inscriptions. A message consisting of a set of 10 guidestones or principles is engraved on the Georgia guidestones in 8 different languages, one language on each face of the 4 large upright stones. Moving clockwise around the structure from due north, these languages are English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew or Arabic, traditional Chinese, and Russian. And these are the 10 principles that this fella, or whoever this was, organization this was, decided like were important things to serve in order to survive. And I want to just point at, and Adam pointed out, you know, like in regards to eugenics, this is another like example of kind of like how people buy into the idea, right? Number one, of course, maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. So already we are firmly in religious territory. First one. There was a common myth, and I think this is kind of where it came. I have no idea, but I think this is kind of where it came from. Was there's a very popular myth in the 70s. Population control was like a very big thing. It was sort of like kind of liken it to. It's like climate change these days. Very, very popular. There was a concern that there'd be an imminent death of the earth if we didn't control the population. You know that old thing about, well, now it's old, but the old thing about, hey, you know, if we don't stop the climate change, it's gonna destroy the planet and stuff. Now, of course, 500 million is like 15% of the current population of the Earth. Here's the thing that people don't understand about what do you call it, about population control and population in general. So wealth and resources are not a zero-sum game. You know, it's not like life is not just the zombie apocalypse where there's only so much food to ration out and we have to give it to other people. What people fail to realize, you know, it's like a pie, and like, okay, well, there's pie for 5 people, so we'll split it evenly, and then that's how that works. You know, if we add more people, that's going to be less pie for everybody. And so the idea there is like, okay, well, if there's enough food for 500 million people. Hey, Dust. Hey, Grant. Everyone wants pie now. The idea is that if there's enough food for 500 million people, then if we have 7 billion people, there's not gonna get enough food, and that's what causes poverty. And then people die off and all of this. People don't understand is that economics is not a zero-sum game. So because people make things, they plant things, they grow things, they produce things. So the more people you have, the more pie you're gonna have. So if everyone's hungry, you make more pie, right? Hey, J Cubed. Nice to see everybody here. Welcome. I'm here but haven't said anything yet. Oh, no problem. Appreciate the lurk. I'm all about more pie. Well, if you're all about more pie, then you should love that there are going to be more image bearers of God on the world, in the world. because they're not just another mouth to feed. They are someone who can contribute to some more pie in heaven. Well, I assume they're gonna be something like that. The feeling that you and I are like-minded. Canadian? Yes, I am Canadian. Very common question I get. I almost want to make a command for Canadian, whether I'm Canadian or not. But I see Grant knows. Grant's lolling because he knows. So that's the important point I want to bring out here is that, oh, now I see why you asked that. The command can respond. You know the Ezra Institute. I love the Ezra Institute. Actually, this is funny. It's funny you bring that up because tonight we're gonna be reading chapter 5 of The Mission of God by Joe Boot. We've been going through it. And it's been very interesting. Last week we talked about utopia and how the idea of utopia is actually it means no place, and the only true utopia we're ever gonna have, forget utopia, the true paradise we're gonna have is in Christ and through following his laws. So they can say, did I say a boat? Hardy har har, I'm Canadian, you got me. I like that. I might actually go with that. I brought him over from another stream of Fugi, so he's referring to a question I asked over there. Oh. That shirt, why does that shirt look familiar? This is actually a shirt I just came in this week. This is the No Despair shirt from this is a guy named AD Robles, or Adam Robles on YouTube. If you don't know who he is, great guy, very insightful. I support him on Patreon. Oh, you know AD? Yeah, I support him on Patreon and stuff. Even if I don't agree necessarily on everything he says, he will always leave me with like questions, being like, "Played Keyforge with him, really? Oh wow, I didn't know he played that." But you know, he'll always leave me going like, "That's a good point." Honestly, I don't really disagree with him that often, but when if I ever do it, I at least am able to say, fair points, you know? So yeah, this is a really timely shirt. He actually produced this before all this craziness even happened with COVID and the riots and stuff. But yeah, it's very accurate to me. This is how I'm feeling right now. Like, it's a tough year so far, but no despair, because our king is in charge. He is sovereign. He is reigning right now. So we can have hard times happen to us, but no despair. So let's get back to the main. Whoops, that's the wrong one. For the day. There you go. We'll get back to the study cam in a second. So, of course, the first point here is silly. 500 million people is in order to perpetual balance with nature. So already we're looking at sort of a dualistic sort of system that this guy believed, where he was like, in order to be balanced with nature, and it's like, well, who determines if you should be balanced with nature or not? And of course, and then Adamant, when he sent me this link, this is what he was talking about right here, number 2, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. So he was espousing a form of eugenics, whoever this person was. And so the concept of eugenics, it comes from a Darwinian view of the world, Darwinian anthropology, the study of humanity and who humans are, and not from the biblical scriptural image that we see, that Christians should be adhering to. Also, like this law here, number 7, avoid petty laws and useless officials. And like, you balance that out with number 10, be not cancer on the earth, leave room for nature, leave room for nature. And it's like, I thought you were avoiding petty laws. Is it a petty law? Who determines that? Right? This person who created these guide stones was trying to determine how they could create a world that was full of meaning and purpose and unity, but without God, and that can't be done. My boy Daryl Harrison talks extensively about Darwinian ideals are why we use the term race rather than ethnicity. Thank you. I love Daryl Harrison, Virgil Omaha Walker, Vodi Balcom. These are men that I respect greatly. And really, I also am the same way. I prefer to use the term ethnicity. We are one race. Might seep into the church, right? Exactly. One of the things we're going to talk about tonight is getting played. Because I believe that Christians are getting played. They're getting played hard. Because well, put it this way. We have compassion, right? Christians are supposed to be compassionate and caring people and loving people, loving our neighbor. We are one of the few religions that actually has that as the way you can determine who is an adherent of that religion, right? And we're getting played. We're getting played by cultural Marxism. We're getting played by the BLM movement. And I'll get into more detail why. And I think it's because leftism is very, very good. They're very skilled and practiced at taking over movements and manipulating with words, which is really funny because you'd think that Christians would be giving high compliments. Well, it's not a compliment in a sense. BLM is undermining Christian solidarity. I 100% agree. That's my position on it. And the thing about it, this is the thing that gets me about it, is we don't need it. Christians, we don't need BLM. We don't need feminism. We don't need any of these secular systems. We have the scriptures. That's all we need, right? Like you can say, well, do we, does Black Lives not? This is the deceptive thing. The reason why they're so practiced at it, leftism is so practiced at it, is because they believe in the power of words. And Christians, we should believe in the power of words over everybody. Our God created the universe by the word of His power. He made the universe by speaking into existence. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. We should be the ones who believe that more than anybody. But they understand that part of reality, of God's created reality. They understand that. So you know what we should do? We'll call our movement Black Lives Matter. So that way, if anyone says, well, I don't agree with that movement, what's the first thing that someone's going to think of if they haven't thought it through? They're going to go, you don't agree with Black Lives Matter? And if it's a deception, right? It's a feint to be like, well, no. I mean, I do agree with it, of course. And then you kind of like lose your momentum. It's exactly, it's a juke. It's a feint. It's a juke. It's like, well, we'll call ourselves. It's kind of like the abortion debate. Like we won't call it abortion. We won't call it murder. We'll call it healthcare. And that way, if you disagree with abortion, you disagree with healthcare. You see how that works? Women's rights. Like, of course, women have rights. They're made in God's image. Husbands are to love their wives as Christ loved the church and gave Himself up for her. Like that's the sacrifice. Like the sacrifice that is encapsulated into that passage. It's a loud rape there. It's why we take rape seriously. Rape is a serious crime because God determines it to be a serious crime. It's a crime so serious it's worthy of the death penalty in God's law. That's what's kind of bothering me right now is like I saw some Christians, and sometimes very well-meaning Christians. Very well-meaning Christians. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's the word I have auto mod on, and so it just, It probably assumes that if you're gonna if using the word rape, you're using it in a bad way, but it's fine. Yeah. So, you guys watch Johnny's Church and all? No, I haven't actually. So, Grant. So, what I want to emphasize is like there are well-meaning Christians right now who they believe like, yeah, Black lives do matter. Like, yes, we agree. Like, no one is disagreeing with that. Okay, but what do we need to point to understand human beings and how they can be more God glorifying and honoring. When you hit the time, check out the last 10 minutes of the sermon. I think it resonates with all you were saying, and the best way I've heard it put yet. Put a time mark on there. Okay. Well, let's see if we can. This is good. This is the thing about. These past few months and thing about these streams, right? I have a layout, an outline to follow. But if you guys have ideas and stuff, totally cool to do that. Let's see what we got here.
Particular weeks, our country has gone through some unrest, right? Even this last 24 hours, we've seen some things, and whether it's this lockdown from the virus or things that are going on in the news, like the murder of a unarmed black man that we've seen in the news. There are many people that are concerned about matters of justice, and many people that are concerned about state overreach. And I would say rightly so, because I think as citizens of this country, and furthermore as people of God, we should be concerned about justice. Scripture teaches us to seek justice. We should not turn a blind eye to injustice.
Oh, that reminds me. What exactly even is justice, right? We are for justice, but what BLM is trying to achieve is justice in a godless world, is a godless system. By what standard exactly? So we achieve justice by what? By wanting reparations from who? Scripture teaches us to seek justice, but not vengeance. That's right. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. That's Romans chapter 8. Chapter 12. Oh no, yeah. This is probably a really positive sermon. No, totally. It reminded me that like we're gonna get more into that, but justice is a very important thing that Christians have. In an attempt to want to compromise with the world, we've taken their definitions of justice and abandoned our own.
Whether that's an unarmed man of any color being killed by the state, or if it's a salon owner being shut down by the state, we should care about justice. However, one of the dangers that we have to watch out for is prioritizing those things over the gospel. We have to be careful to not overlook the main issue, that Christ came to save sinners from their sins. That is the issue. Luke 13:1. There were some present at that very time who told them about the Galileans whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices. And he answered them, "Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners than all the other Galileans because they suffered in this way?" This is Christ. "No, I tell you, but unless you repent, you will all likewise perish. Or those 18 on whom the tower of Siloam fell and killed them. Do you think that they were worse offenders than all of the others who lived in Jerusalem? No, I tell you, but unless you repent, you will all likewise perish." To give you some context here, now we don't know about this particular situation, but Josephus, the great Jewish historian, tells us about some of the atrocities that occurred at the hands of Pilate and the Roman government. He tells us about one time where 3,000 Jews were massacred like victims during the Passover, holy holiday for the Jews. Pilate even would fill the temple with their dead bodies. This is injustice. This is injustice. These were grave injustices being committed by the Roman government. And the people who brought this news to Jesus about the mixing of the blood by Pilate expected outrage. I'm sure they expected Christ, who, remember, they thought was the Messiah, the one who would come and start a revolution. They expected him to show some outrage. But what does he do? What does he say? He says, unless you repent, you all will likewise perish. Now, does that mean that Jesus wasn't compassionate? Does that mean that he wasn't concerned for justice? No, it doesn't mean that, because elsewhere in the scriptures we see Christ was concerned with matters of justice. In Luke chapter 3, he tells the tax collector not to take more than he was required to. In Matthew 18, he rebukes those who would offend even the least of these. So we know Christ was very concerned about justice, and on and on through the Gospels, we can see the compassion that he has for fellow image bearers. He goes about feeding the hungry and healing the sick. However, Christ also knew what was of first importance. I'm sure in his humanity, he was heartbroken over hearing about the injustice done by Pilate to the Galileans, and I'm sure he also felt for those who were killed and crushed by the Tower of Siloam. But those things were not what he was. Those things are not what he came to do. He didn't come to overturn the Roman government. Those things are rightly to be concerned about. But Christ was not seeing something. Christ was not seeing something from those who brought him this news. I'm not seeing a concern for your soul. You come to me with this news of injustice, and I'm not trying to brush you off, but let me tell you, justice will not matter if you do not repent of your sins. Let's take care of this first. This is what is most important. In the end, this is all that truly matters. Because if I give you a utopia, if I give you a world of pure justice where no one is ever killed wrongly and where no business is ever shut down, what will it matter if you lose your soul in hell? What will it matter if we elect the right people? What will it matter if we put the right laws in place? What will it matter if we achieve perfect equality and justice if no soul was brought to Jesus? And I'm not trying to create a false dichotomy here. I know that we can seek both. I know that we can seek to win souls, and that doesn't mean that we can't or we should forsake justice and equality. But I'm not the one weighing the scales here. Christ is the one that asks the question, what does it profit you if you were to gain the world and lose your soul? And if you want to talk context, let's talk context. What is it that Christ is confronting here in our passage? What is it that perplexed the people? Let's remember what started this whole discourse. Christ said that he was about to go to the cross and die. And Christ laid out his mission. And Peter and some of the apostles.
And J-Cubed, that's exactly what the BLM movement is, right? It's not about grace and the forgiving of sins. It's about constant redress of grievances and bringing things up that happened hundreds of years ago when none of us were alive, and being perpetually sorry for it. It's about making burdening people with laws and burden and guilt, and thinking that somehow will have penance, right? It's like, I think 2 weeks ago we were talking about self-flagellation and how there's an air of piety, an air of spirituality when you self-flagellate, right? When you beat yourself up, when the idea was that you used to whip yourself on the back because that was how you could expiate your sins. You could have penance and purify yourself. That's not how we actually obtain righteousness. Of course, we know that as Christians, and yet we're being played by a BLM movement and the cultural Marxist movement. Intersectionality, critical race theory, those are all things that we think, in a bid to try to be compassionate and understanding, Christians are getting played by those things.
Apostles and some of the other people rejected that. They rejected his mission that he would be killed by the hands of the scribes. Peter in turn rejects that. Remember, he rebukes Christ, and he does so because he believes this is not the path the Messiah should take. Peter believed, as well as others, that the Messiah should be the one who would come to lead them out of their oppression, not to take them into it. See, Peter and others around him believed that the Messiah would not be the one who would come and die. He would be the one who would come and help them live. He would be the one who would come and make things right, that the Messiah would come and restore to them their land and restore to them their freedoms, and that all the atrocities and the injustices being done by the Roman government would be overturned by this man. But Christ said, this is not what I came to do. I didn't come to free you from the government. I came to free you from your sins. I did not come to overthrow Rome. I came to overthrow the power of darkness. And this is what leads him to the call to pick up your cross and follow him. It's a choice between two different ways of viewing Christ's mission. I've said that my mission is to go to the cross and to destroy the works of the devil. And if you want to join me on that mission, then pick up your cross and follow me. But if you refuse that, and if you're still setting your mind on the things of man, as he tells Peter in verse 33,
right,
then
Jay.
you have not denied yourself, and you are still setting your minds on the things of man. You're still thinking like a man. You're hoping that you will find perfection in a fallen world. You're waiting for your land to be given back to you. You're waiting for your king to arrive and sit again at the throne of Jerusalem. You're waiting for other nations to leave you alone so you can rule them and defeat your enemies. But here's the thing. What if I give that all to you? What if I give you your land back? What if I helped you defeat Rome? What if I freed your people? What if I returned all of the wealth and all of the treasure that they stole from the temple? What if I sat down on the throne in Jerusalem? What if I gave that all to you but did not go to the cross? If that happened, it would have profited
lost your
you
soul.
nothing.
Yeah.
Because if I did not go to the cross, or if I do not go to the cross, I have failed to redeem you from your sins.
I would say, JQ, when I usually use that phrase, I say absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. Because God has absolute power, and obviously he's not corrupt.
What good would it be to have your freedom and your peace and your land and your riches if you lose your soul in hell? That's the context of this passage. We can spin it any way we want, but that is the context of this passage. So again, I ask, what are we to be most concerned about? I understand lament. I understand cries for justice. I understand weariness of government overreach. But my friend, Christ's highest concern is for your soul. What will it profit to have peace and equality in America? What will it profit to have all of our freedoms given back to us? What will it profit if we were all given what we seek for in this country? If our friends and our loved ones, or even some of us, lose our soul in hell?
Amen.
And again, I know those things aren't entirely mutually exclusive. I know that following Christ comes with demands to seek justice and equality. I know that we have a right to be weary of a government that would want to take away our freedoms. I know that. But even if we fail to obtain those things, but obtain Christ, we would have obtained everything. The history of Christianity is told through the blood of men and women who have suffered injustices at the hand of oppressive rulers. The message of Christianity has been passed down by men and women who have had their freedoms and their very lives stripped from them. Yes, let's fight. Let's voice our opinion. Let's fight to keep our freedoms and our opportunities to worship Christ and share the gospel. But in doing so, let's remember the reason we value those freedoms. The reason we value our freedom is so we can be free to proclaim the gospel and to worship our Lord. The reason we desire justice is because we love what God loves, because God created image bearers. But dear saints, always remember, everything in this fallen world is fading away. Nothing in this world is guaranteed. In a fallen world, justice today can turn into injustice tomorrow. In a fallen world, freedom today can turn into oppression tomorrow. But always remember, the oppressed man who dies with Christ is freer than the free man who dies without him. That is the point that Christ was making. Not that he didn't care that the Jews were being oppressed, but that they needed to make sure they took care of the most important thing. And this is what our nation and this is what our world needs to understand. To prioritize what is most important in the midst of the noise and in the midst of the chaos, and yes, in the midst of injustice and government overreach. Is there anybody saying like Christ, unless you repent, you will likewise perish? That's the Christian message. This is what makes our message different. This is what makes our message distinct. See, listen, you don't need Christianity to fight for justice. You don't need Christianity to fight for your freedoms in this country. You can do those things without Christianity. Pagans, atheists, fight for those things. You can fight for those things without Christianity. But only Christianity and only the gospel can give you what those things can't. Justice can keep an innocent man out of jail, but only the gospel can keep a guilty man out of hell. Justice can overturn impoverished neighborhoods, but only the gospel can overturn impoverished hearts. Freedom can open up restaurants and businesses, but only the gospel can open up eyes and ears to the truth.
I would agree, J Cubed.
1 Corinthians 2, verse 1. And when I come to you, brothers, I did not come preaching to you the testimony of God with lofty speech or wisdom, for I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. You want to talk about things Paul could have shared and paths Paul could have taken. He could have taken every opportunity to invest his time in all kinds of things that were going on. He could have given lectures and speeches about the oppressive Roman government and their empire. But instead, he decided to know nothing except Jesus Christ and him crucified. He knew that his time was short, and he must prioritize the person and work of Jesus Christ. So the second thing we got to be aware of is prioritizing. Yes, let's seek. Yes, let's fight. Yes, let's stand for our freedom. But let's not prioritize those things over Christ. Amen. Let's go on. Lastly, another thing we must be aware of is believing the world's lie. This is the last thing we got to be aware of. Believing the lie that this world has so much good to offer us. We must take heed lest we fall for Satan's oldest trick in the book, the trick of enticing us with the goods of this world. He did it to Adam and Eve, and they fell short. He tried to do it for Christ, but Christ rejected it. Satan will try and lure us with the fragrance of this world, getting us to believe that perfect fulfillment can be found in everything that this world has to offer. Oh, if only I had enough money. Oh, if only I had a perfect relationship. Oh, if only I had a dream career. Oh, if only I had success. Or, oh, if only I had immense beauty. How many rich, famous, beautiful, happy couples have found their stuff empty and wanting? They've climbed the peak of the mountain. They've come up empty. They've searched the depths of this world and have found no satisfaction, because the only thing that can quench a thirsty soul is the well of Christ. The only thing that can feed a hungry heart is the bread of life. Only the Lord of the Sabbath can provide rest for the weary. So refuse the offer of the world. Refuse the offer that Satan presents to us day after day. He will present it to you with beauty. He will present it to you with splendor. But she is the forbidden woman. Proverbs 5, verse 3. For the lips of a forbidden woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end she is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps follow the path to Sheol. She does not ponder the path of life. Her ways wander, and she does not know it. And now, O sons, listen to me, and do not depart from the words of my mouth. Keep your way from her, and do not go near the door of her house. That's the world. This is how the world entices. It tries to seduce us. It tries to lure us in with its pleasures. So we must do what? We must submit ourselves to God. We must resist the devil so that he will flee. We must remember that everything he offers is counterfeit. Everything or anything that he offers cannot compare to the real thing. What can this world offer a man or woman of God? What riches can it offer someone who resides in God's mansions? What peace can it offer someone who serves the Prince of Peace? What joy can it offer someone who rejoices in the Lord always? What security can it offer someone who abides in the shadow of the Most High? And what pleasures can it give someone who feeds from the hand of God, where pleasures are found forevermore? So again, stop looking at what it will cost you to follow Christ and start looking at what it will cost you if you don't. For we refuse the cross, and we refuse to follow him, we will lose so much more than our precious possessions or our desires or our dreams. We will lose our soul. Brothers and sisters, this choice is clear. Seek Christ and you will save your soul, or seek the world and you will lose it. But before you choose, remember this. This life is short, but eternity is long. So choose wisely. The thief comes to kill, steal, and destroy, but Christ has come so that you might have life and that you might have it more abundantly. Amen. Let us pray.
Oh. All right, so
Of the most
that was incredible. That was beautiful. Yeah, that's what it is. Let me just catch up quickly on this, and I'll make a note about what happened here. Yeah, that was great. That was great, Grant. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dust said, but if it's a Christian baker that refuses to cater to a homosexual wedding, get him feds. Funny how they want the state to interfere with when it's convenient for them. Yeah, like I saw a video of, I'm not sure if you guys saw this, like this guy had like got stuff thrown at him, and then he backed up and he had like a punching dagger in his car for some reason. And as soon as they threw all this stuff at him, like, yeah, take that. The rioters, I mean. And the guy started turning around and getting ready to go after him. They were like, they shouted out, "Call the police!" Even though they had just done like throwing stuff at people and calling white supremacists and all that. Second, things went south. They were like, "Oh, call the police!" So it's a big example of what you're talking about, Dust. It is the law. BLM is about having the state do their will. Yeah, and it's not focused on Christ, right? Like here's what I want to get at here. Those words were beautiful and timeless, and they speak of the majesty and the beauty of our God and our King. And you know what? Critical race theorists and BLM adherents and intersectionality focused people would have me say, well, this isn't a Christian speaking divine truth that is applicable to all men, because clearly he's some sort of, I'm not sure, I think he's Latino from the looks of it. You see, he's a person of color, and so yeah, sure, he said all those things, but really it's because he's an oppressed person of color, and that's why it has any meaning. Right? It's not because of the objective truths of Christ. And I'm the I'm not even Caucasian in the same way. Chris Hernandez, this is why I enjoyed the sermon all the more, so people can't just reject it for race. Exactly. How ridiculous is it, right? Like, we all have to play these games. Christians have to play these games where it's like, no, it's okay. I have a friend who's black. Like personally, like I can easily just say, like, this is true. My brother-in-law, my sister's husband, is black, and he's no hyperbole. He's one of the most godly men I know. I was very protective of my sister when she started dating and stuff, and I gave her my blessing because he was such a godly man. He still is. But see, we could play that game all day long and be like, well, I have a friend who's black, or I have a family member who's black, or, my nieces and nephews are half black, right? But none of that matters, right? Because it's all about division. This movement is all about division. It's taking Chris Hernandez, as you said, Grant, and saying, well, he's not just a believer in Jesus Christ and is now a brother. No, he's also these other things, and so we have to decide things based on that. He's over a predominantly Latino and black church. I believe that Jahani is part Mexican. Is he? Okay, cool. Yeah. Ethnicities are great. They're God-given. Like, we don't decide our ethnicities, right? And the idea that you have to, like, my parents aren't from Canada. My father's from Italy, and my mother's from the Azores, which is a archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean. So it's like it's owned by Portugal. So, like, in a way, I guess you could just say she's from Portugal. But people would look at me like this movement, the BLM movement, and all that intersectionality, CRT, Italian American. Nice, yeah. So I'm first generation Canadian. but from New Jersey and also live in Pennsylvania. Is that what PA is? Pennsylvania? Um, but that movement would see me and be like, oh, well, your skin is pretty light. It's more olive because of my Mediterranean background. Pennsylvania, okay. But they would look at me and be like, well, your skin's pretty white, so I guess you're the oppressor. And it's like, I guess you have reparations now. And it's like, we weren't even, I wasn't even here. My family wasn't even here when when the slavery was going on. And also, the phrase is white passing. White passing. It's so ridiculous. White privilege, white passing. The idea of white supremacy has been so stretched to the point where it doesn't mean anything at all. Leader of BLM is white. What? 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 That's are you sure? Grant says, for me, I'm straight up white, like you're European, like from European descent. And even at my own Asian church, people will not accept what I say since they say I see things through a white lens. It's just so unhelpful. I was not expecting to hear that from some of my own congregation members. So it's nice for me to be able to share sermons from others who say the same thing as me, that they can't dismiss just because of color. It's crazy how people say we can't speak about an issue just because of the color of our skin. It's literally lunacy to me. And I feel that way too. I feel so, like, strong about it. 100% European descent, no mixed DNA. Adam, it says, well, in first generation Italian and Irish were oppressed in early U.S. history too. Correct. The Japanese in World War II, the internment camps in America. Did you guys know that the Koreans and the Japanese don't like each other very much? Like, there's actually like animosity between those two people groups, even though they're both Asian. So like, the only place where this can work is in a very like narrow band of American mentality, right? We have tons of Canadians in Toronto, in Montreal. I mean, there's a number of riots here too, but a lot of them are also like shouting for like racial reconciliation and all that stuff, right? But they don't know what the words mean. They don't have Christ. Times we're horribly treated when we came here as immigrants. Yeah. I mean, again, we could talk about our backgrounds. Like, again, I could talk about how my grandparents, they literally lived the American dream because they came here with nothing. They came here with like a suitcase and like, I think like $100, or not $100, but it was some low amount like that. And they had 6 kids, and they just came because they wanted to escape from. This is a long story, but I'll just say they wanted to escape from the mafia. And so they were like, they came here and want to start a life. Let's see. Mixed DNA times between, yes, that's very true. And Adam, it says darker versus lighter skin Africans have a history too. Exactly. Oh, if only we understood. We thought a little bit about about history, and thought a little bit about the fact that there are like you can discriminate against people for any number of reasons. It just so happens that that's one of many. Like, people who are the same countrymen can discriminate and discriminate negatively in a negative sense as well. This has been going on since Cain and Abel. Yeah, Quebec is a nightmare. Oh, really? Yeah. See, so, and the thing is, like, in Toronto, there was this protest. There was this march, and everyone was like chanting 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a class war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, abolish the racist state. And it's like, Canada is so left. It's so far left, and you still think that everything's racist. You know, America can have a black president for 8 years. Some of the highest paid professionals, celebrities, and athletes can be black. It doesn't matter. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter who you are as an individual. In cultural Marxism, it's all about who your skin color represents. If you are a white person, you are an embodiment of oppression. Conversely, if you're a black person, you are an embodiment of the oppressed. And that's why, this is how people can say black people can't be racist. They can't be racist because they don't have power. So you're telling me that LeBron James doesn't have power. You're telling me Barack Obama didn't have power. You're telling me Idris Elba doesn't have power. They have a totally different paradigm that they're working with here. Grant says the main thing the Koreans say is, well, we aren't closet racist. We admit it. My church is a good amount of Caucasians. There's a little bit of I derail that real fast by saying slander is sinful. Yeah, slander is sinful. You know what else is sinful? Here, we want to have a conversation about racism, right? Racism is not even a biblical category, right? Ethnicity is ethnos in the Greek, but you want to talk about racism? You mean hatred of your brother, hatred of another image bearer of God, on the basis of their skin color, right? Partiality, it's partiality, and partiality is a sin, right? Those are biblical categories. We don't need these human categories of white fragility and white privilege and white passing, right? That's the thing, and so that's why I think that's what I was getting at before. It's like, people are getting played, like not just people, we Christians. People who shouldn't be getting played are getting played super hard because the phrase human race is racist. Right. I saw a post. This is where I think we're going to get into this now. Study cam. Was this out? Put this over here. I was actually planning on talking about the phrase "blessed are the poor" a little bit today. Actually, we're going to get into that right as well. Let me pull up my feed. So one of the things I do, for those of you who are new, I spend about the first half of my stream, these study streams, going to my Twitter, and during the week I sort of compile a number of things I think are interesting and want to talk about. They can be encouraging things or challenging things, and we could talk about them from a Christian perspective. That's what we want to learn about, right? I'm not sure if I could find it, but there was a thing about the phrase human race. There's so much here. This was a busy week for Twitter. Okay, well, here's the BD. So let's start with this. The BD Anabwili. If you don't know about him, he's sort of like very leftist. He calls himself a Christian, very leftist, very sort of centered on these sorts of matters, you know. Thank you, Dust. I appreciate the like. But to quickly want to say, J Cubed, I just see like a pyramid where it showed a bunch of things where it was like overt racism, overt white supremacy, which is like you know, lynching and all that kind of stuff, right? And then below that was a huge list of like covert white supremacy, and one of them was there's only one. You've seen the pyramid, okay? I was trying to find the pyramid. I couldn't. I thought I retweeted it. I can't find it right now, but the BD basically said that the blood of Christ isn't enough to solve ethnic hatred. Yeah. And there's one post that really got to me. So there was one post he said here that I was like, this is insane. I don't know where mindset you have to be in to think this. Halfway through his thread about what he should say about this whole movement. So I'll start with that number 5. To put it another way, George Floyd, a Christian, as I understand it, people are still on the fence about whether he was or not. I'm not sure about it, so I'm not going to say anything definitively. Was not mistreated and killed because he was a Christian. Breonna Taylor was not killed because she was a Christian. Same for Ahmaud Arbery. The man in Central Park was not threatened because he was a Christian. They were killed or threatened because of the country's attitude toward black people. The site of the struggle is anti-black sentiment, discrimination, and injustice. Therefore, Thabiti? Thabiti, yeah, he says he's a Christian. If I go here, yeah, part of it in his bio, it says satisfied in Christ. So he would say he's a Christian. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Well, one or the other. But here's the key point of the argument. Therefore, the solidarity. Oh, you mean George? Yeah. I don't know. You mean George Floyd? I think. I mean, either way, the major sort of arguments are still sort of divorced from that. I'm not saying he is or isn't, right? He might have been, maybe not, but he's living with his girlfriend, right? That's a fair thing to think about. But here's you go. Therefore, the solidarity most needed is with black people as people, Christian or not. Here's what I said in response to that. Back to my posts. Solidarity most needed is with black people as a people, Christian or not. So he really believes that black people are some monolithic group that have some founding principles they agree upon, which they're not. They're black first and maybe Christian second, which is exactly what you said, J Cubed. The blood of Christ isn't enough. Like, it's not enough. It's no. Yeah. I know that Christ died for sinners, and we can be reconciled to everyone by the blood of the Lamb, and we can we're now living sacrificing to the God. But no, for him, the priority is really the actual problem is that we're not seeing black people as a people, and I mean whether they're Christian or not, really. What's going to solve this problem is that we need to stop seeing people as different people, but as black people as a people. So you'll say, great guy. He lives like an hour away from me. Like he lives in Southern Ontario, which is close to where I live. DBH. Daryl Bernard Harrison. Has some words to say. Has some words to say about that too. They've been thrown slurs like you wouldn't believe. I've listened to him. I listened to Daryl and Samuel talking about them. They're thrown. They're called all sorts of names. White on in the inside, black on the outside. Oh, look at that. See how savvy I am. I was able to recognize DBH in this context. So that's the thing. And I wrote a little further here. The color of your skin does not press upon you an inherent allegiance to a particular philosophy or worldview. Have a good stream. Yeah, thank you, Dust, for hanging out. I appreciate your input and your view. Art. This is the bottom line, right? Christians do not believe this. You know who believes this? Secularists, atheists. And they don't. I should say they don't. Maybe they don't actually believe this. Believe the opposite of this. Bottom line, or the dividing line, huh? Throw the James White in the chat. Which I was really thankful for, by the way. I listened to all of the James White stuff about this as well this week. But the fact that as we reviewed last week, when we discussed eugenics, and we went over that very long presentation about that, we talked about it. If you are an atheist, there you go. Thank you for those James Whites. He has such an unfortunate name and color of skin for this issue. Dude, oh my goodness. Some of the things I've heard people say about him, totally unsubstantiated. Like, there's some people out there who actually think he's a white supremacist. Like, no mincing words. They think he is a white supremacist. It doesn't matter. This is the thing, guys. Christians, stop getting played. Stop getting played, because James White can literally say, I do not believe that different people are more valuable than other people. That all men are created equal in the eyes of God. He can literally say that, and then the next thing that people say is, what a white supremacist. Like, it's like people don't even hear what he says. People aren't even listening to what he's saying. It's the virus. Speaking, I think JQ used the word poisonous. You know, like the secular right-wing ideas can also be poisonous, and I would agree. Like, it is poison. Like, it infects people. When you don't have the biblical categories in mind, when you don't understand biblical justice, you're going to have some concept of justice that you're going to have some concept of it, period. But that concept will not be derived from God's word. So, and remember, all this is to say, it doesn't just because you disagree with the BLM movement does not mean you're not a Christian. It does not mean that you're a white supremacist. It doesn't mean any of those things, because whatever well-intentioned whoever is a part of the group and is well-intentioned, even if I were to agree that the founding of this movement was well-intentioned, it has been thoroughly hijacked by secular, anti-biblical thinking. So it's ironic that Christians are getting pressed upon. Elon wants to destroy the family. They do want to destroy the family. It's actually on their website, on their what we believe part of their website. They want to break down the nuclear family. They believe the nuclear family is, which is ironic because the solution starts with the family. It does. It starts with Christ as king, and the setup that in the divisions in society that God set up, which is the family. Fatherlessness is the problem. Is one of the core problems. And fatherlessness, the reason that's happening is because of our lack of understanding about who we are as people, our lack of understanding of as creatures of God. And fatherlessness affects all ethnicities. It does. And another funny thing is like people like Thabiti, people like Bradley Mason, they'll say stuff like, I am one of them in essence. Right. And I that's totally believable. A lot of us have had those experiences. My parents are divorced, right? And soon after I was born, my mother got very sick with mental problems. But that's just it. It's like, it's the idea that, well, if you're white, J cubed, you know, you're not a person of color, so you are the oppressor. It doesn't matter that your parents got divorced. It doesn't matter that you've had your struggles. It doesn't matter that I have, you know, I functionally only had one parent growing up. None of that matters. All that matters is that is your skin color. You see how racist that is? But it's not racist because in cultural Marxism, it's all about oppressor and oppressed. Getting played, man. Christians getting played so hard. Went to high school with people of color who are doing much better at life than me. Right, yeah. I mean, like, in terms of maybe, like, jobs or, like, careers or economic-wise, yeah. I say that if you're a Christian, you're better off than most people. But I know what you mean. So, high-paying jobs, yeah. That's what I figured. And me, same here. I work for a not-for-profit ministry, a Christian ministry, right? I get paid fine, but it's not like, but it's not like I'm getting paid all this money, right? My parents' divorce has affected me, right? And it affects if it's going to affect everybody because that's how that works. Divorce is going to affect people. One-parent households affect people because we're not designed to grow up in that kind of environment. Doesn't mean that we're no good. In Christ, all things are reconciled. We are a new creation. God takes divorce seriously. That's right, J Cubed. And this whole thing is an attempt to try to get people to think not about Christ and not about the Spirit. It's all about divisions of color. And ironic, that's why it's so ironic, because it's people have been conditioned this way because we fail to understand how it affects things systematically. You know, like the whole system thing of systems, right? Yeah. But here's the question, guys. Here's the question. Think about it now. Imagine you've been told your entire life. See that guy over there? He's the reason why you're poor. He's the reason why you're a victim. You know the bad feelings you have about your life and about your family. He's the reason why. See that guy over there? He's why, and there's nothing he can do about it. Your whole life you're told that. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, no, tell me. What do you think is going to happen if you tell people, if you train people, you condition people to think that guy over there, he's at the one, it's his fault. Whereas Christianity is all about, hey, you're a sinner. I am a sinner. Don't be pointing to other people. You're the problem. You're the sinner. You need to be saved. You know, you're not a sinner because that guy over there made you a sinner. You are a sinner. You see how counter this is? What do you think is going to happen if you tell an entire generation of people that the reason why you're suffering is because of other people who did things to you? You don't even have to know who they don't even have to know who you are. By their very existence, they are an embodiment of everything that you suffer. Now you tell me what the result of that is. What's the result of that? It's what we're seeing today. There are individuals who have affected me, sure, yeah, of course, J-Cube. It happens to everybody. We all affected by different individuals. You know, Grant says, being a white man, I have no idea what any of you guys are talking about. I'm a simpleton who can't empathize or sympathize with others or consider others' feelings or thoughts. I only see things through my own eyes, and I can only understand my own perspective. No reason to talk to me, reason with me, or anything else, because it is impossible for me to possibly learn anything. Big old Capistine on that one, I'd say. But here, this is something that it's funny that Chris Hernandez brought this up, because Thomas, wait, fragility, guys, oh man. I'm beginning to think the SJWs want the same type of Messiah that the Pharisees and Israel in general wanted. A military general who will destroy his enemies or force them into submission, rather than a Messiah who would die on the cross for his enemies. That's it. That's what it is. So you understand now. See, SJWs, the BL, that'll preach. Yeah, I'll say. BLM, all this intersectionality, all of this. They are the modern day Pharisees. They want law. They want following of the law. They want takeover. SJWs equals IFB. Right. They're the leftist version of the IFB. Independent Fundamentalist Baptist, for those who don't know the acronym. I retweeted this. This is just like a whole bunch of people gathered for prayer. I didn't see any looting in this video. This was pretty cool. It says here, praying for justice on Hennepin Avenue Bridge while we protest. We don't see any news outlets here. I didn't hear about this. Progressive dogma is real. It's so real. And what's worse, So I'm not gonna play all of this because it's actually pretty disturbing. But I did retweet it. Oh, that's good. That's good, J Cubes. That's so good. Progressive dogma is real. What's worse is that they have no concept of that it's dogma. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they want justice. They want justice. Yeah, everyone wants justice. They want to tell people stop being racist. Okay, like we are in agreement. Like talking about the George Floyd thing. Man, police brutality is such a bad thing. Yeah, I don't know a single person who disagrees with that. Of course, it's bad. But you're crying for justice, rightly so. But you have no understanding of what justice comes from, of where justice comes from, or what it is. If you're a secularist, that's the but that's the thing, is that's why we need Christ. Above all things, we need Jesus Christ. We need the Lord, our Lord and King, our Savior, to help us through this. We don't need any of these secular labels. We don't need feminism. We don't need BLM. We don't need intersectionality or critical race theory. We need Christ and His Word. Everything they're trying to escape, they basically make it all over again. That's right. They're caught in the foolish trap. This is why the proverb says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. You can't begin to understand what you're doing unless you fear the Lord. Grant says, I find it funny how I'm called racist when I say I don't segregate races, and the ones who say they aren't racist are the ones trying to segregate people by their colors. Yeah, you got your black only worship services. And then JCube says there are some stats that indicate that police brutality is racist against whites here in the U.S. I've seen those statistics. I think that's true. That's true. While at the same time, I think that we're getting distracted from the main point. If we kind of argue, kind of like, what about the whites, right? It's more like, what about police brutality, right? That's sort of the issue. Not black cops against black people or white people. It's about what can we change. If you want to be against police brutality, I'm with you. I'm with you too. I'm with yeah, exactly. I'm always with you. Like, and but why? Because I know it's unjust. Because God's word would say that such a thing would be unjust. So, another thing I want to consider here. I'm not going to play this because it's kind of disturbing. But there's this clip here. This is Daniel Shaver. He was a white guy who was killed unjustly by the SWAT. They were giving him it's a bit of a story, but I'll just quickly summarize it. They were giving him a bunch of orders. I think he was suspected of being a criminal or something, and they were giving him like conflicting orders about how to, like, what to do, like hands behind your back, cross your legs, crawl over here, and eventually they shot him. And it turned out he didn't have a gun. He wasn't, he was just a guy who was he was in a bad place. They trying to follow orders. He was like weeping and being like, please don't shoot me, and all of this, and they shot him because he did the wrong thing, even though they were giving him conflicting orders. Here's the thing, this didn't happen recently. This happened a little while ago, right? So what about, this is why it's complete obfuscation. It's a distraction to be talking about police brutality against blacks. No. Police brutality. Period. Adamant says, you know what's funny? I remember this story and my brain autocorrected it to him being black because the narrative is so pervasive. I mean, I feel you, Adamant. I feel you, Adamant. But yeah, remember that this happens to everybody. And I think there are a lot of practical things that we can do as a nation. Maranatha, yes, come Lord Jesus. I think there are practical things we can do to fight for justice, right? But we are getting distracted by race issues. Here's the protest in Toronto that I retweeted. Here's Samuel say, "As for you, always be sober-minded, endure suffering. You'll die trusting in man's words, but you'll live trusting in God's word." Amen, Samuel. Here's Caleb with some insights here. He's a fellow Twitch streamer. One of the first Christian friends I met on Twitch, actually. It's always frustrating being in the middle of road of opinion of a politicized event, because people on both sides don't seem to understand. Wait, what? Shut him out. Okay. Okay, sure. Caleb, was it Caleb M. Powers? Yeah, there you go. Nice. Good guy. He's a very conservative thinker. He's what does he refer to himself as? He refers to himself as a anarcho-capitalist. And I asked him about it because I was like, isn't anarchy like the Mad Max style society where like there's no rules? And he's like, no. I'm a Christian, and I believe that God set up the world to work a certain way. I mean anarcho and anarchy in the sense that there's no state. There's no like state that forces you to do things. He's a total D&D nerd. Yeah, he plays. He DMs and stuff. I love how. Can I just say quickly? I love how many Christian nerd streamers there are right now. There hasn't been more Christian nerd streamers than right now. It's a beautiful thing. That's why I've been so engaged in. I'm trying to get engaged in the community because there's a lot of us out there. Hilltop Gaming Missionary. Nice. Well, I didn't know that. That's cool. My area is tabletop gaming. Okay, right. And that's cool too, right? We all have our own areas, even within the gaming realm. We all have sort of things that we specialize in. We go to conventions and use international relationships to share the gospel. That's super cool. Much like you do here on Twitch. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, like we're wherever we are, right? We're spreading the gospel. We're talking about hard things. On my channel, I like to have fun and play games with people during the week. But Saturdays are kind of the time I've decided would be like the day that we buckle down and we study things. I am not the kind of streamer who is afraid to bring up tough subjects, like politics and religion. Bring it on. Because to me, if you're not allowed to talk about politics or religion, you're basically saying don't talk about anything important. Because everything important is ultimately religious. That includes politics. Religion and the Christian worldview impacts everything in our lives. But I really like, yeah, that's cool, Jake. I like how everyone has their own sort of angles, right? Different parts of the body, right? Hands and feet and eyes and brains and all that. Now, Caleb says, because people on both sides don't seem to understand that there can be nuance between two extremes, and that someone can speak against one extreme without lumping themselves with the other. Yeah. Thank you for your work. So this is something I talked about. Actually, I did a show with Caleb. I think about probably 2 months ago now. Time flies. And I mentioned the pendulum effect. And it's not something that I read about. It's something I just made up. Because it feels like so much of our culture is based on the pendulum effect. Like the idea that you swing from one side to the next, right? So like if you're on one side of the... Oh! Kiwi! Thank you for the follow. I actually recognize your name from some of the other streamers. I think you may have been in Pastor Dustin's stream yesterday. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So So, you know, if you're on one side of the pendulum and you go, you know, make this statement, X, you know, like police brutality is a bad thing, then the natural inclination of our culture is to have someone on the other side go, oh, that means you hate black people, you know? The example I gave on the show. What's up, dude? Oh, that's Jahani's emote, isn't it? My dude, yeah, it is. Nice. Actually, watch Vector X make that emote for him. So the example I gave on Caleb's show called The Christian Artist was you know, before Hitler became who he notoriously is known for to be, he was a painter. So if you say, you know, I like this painting that Hitler painted, people go, you like that Hitler killed Jews? And it's like, you just like stop hearing what I'm not saying. Like I say words and you don't hear what I actually said. You hear all the other things that that might possibly surround that. You're assuming the most negative motives to what I said. You know, if I say that the BLM movement is a divisive, unbiblical movement, people are gonna go, you don't like black people? Just good. Stop. Stop it. If you suspect that I have a bad opinion or a bad like part of my worldview, ask me about it. Like ask like, what do you mean when you say I think that, etc., etc. Like, don't just assume the worst possible interpretation of what I said. This narrative has poisoned you. Yeah. What are we talking about? We're talking about current events. Then in turn, it turns into talking past each other. That's right. Talking past each other. Make sure you always define terms. Make distinctions. People equivocate sometimes. So equivocation is the logical fallacy where you use the same word to mean two different things. And so, like you said, you talk past each other. Kiwi, we're talking about... I'm assuming you're a Christian from other people telling me about you. Yeah, I'm a Christian. I am more of the Reformed Baptist type persuasion, though not officially a Reformed Baptist. A lot of people I've been helped by have either been Reformed or Presbyterian. Baptist 1689 right here. And right now we're just talking about current events. One of us. One of us. So, question. Yeah, go for it, Kiwi. We're talking about the current events. George Floyd, BLM movement, the riots, all these things. I want to get to the point to this next bit about blessed are the poor. I think that Grant will also have something to say about this as well. And Caleb continues here. 2 truths. George Floyd was brutally murdered, and the cops who were responsible should be executed. You know, according to God's law, murder is a crime, a sin and a crime worthy of the death penalty. And 2, these riots are harming hundreds of innocent people, and their businesses and their looters should pay back what they stole, which is another idea of restitution, which is a biblical concept. You know, if someone steals something from you, that person should repay the value of what they stole. He says, since people are like Black Lives Matter and say they are Christian, I feel like they're lying. Jesus loved all lives. So since Jesus loved all forms of lives, why do Christians say Black Lives Matter? It bothers me. Sure. So the reason is because we were called to be like Jesus. Very true, Kiwi. So I believe the reason is that we are being duped. We're being played by a manipulation of words. We are compassionate people. Christians are to love others and to call for justice and mercy and equity and all these things. JQ kind of summarizes there. Black Lives Matter has ruined the truth of Black Lives Mattering. So, one thing I do want to say though is that I think there are some Christians who are well intentioned, right? And many are well intentioned. Some are not. Some are actually enemies of the church. They're wolves. But others are genuinely like, I want to care about my neighbor, and if black people are being oppressed, then I want to be on their side. But we're relying on secular definitions to determine what we should and shouldn't be for. Kiwi says, because they say that only a certain amount of people are looters, but riot and kill because of a mistake of a few cops. JCube says, of course, if an injustice has happened, I was going to finish the thought, we're called to call it out using God's standards consistently. I'm 100% agreement. Every Christian should be in agreement. Every Christian, this is what I believe. Every Christian, in a sense, they're theonomists. You know, I'm not like a capital T theonomist in the sense that, you know, no one really is. Like, hyper-theonomy, if you want to look at it that way. Hyper-theonomy is, you know, the idea that we one for one take all the laws of the Old Testament in God's law and port them over to modern day. I'm not that, right? But every Christian is a theonomist, because you believe that God's word is the commands of Christ are to be obeyed, right? And so when JCube says we are called to call it out using God's standards consistently, he's correct, but that is a theonomic perspective, right? Because even though, again, it's not capital T, you know, hyper theonomy, if you want to call it that, but it is the idea that, well, God, Jesus said, if you love me, you will obey my commands. Well, what did Jesus command? It's called general equity. That's true. General equity of the law. You use the case law of the Old Testament to determine how we should apply it, right? What did Jesus command? Well, Jesus commanded the Torah, right? His law, the things he commanded Israel to do. And yes, of course, there are some things that were shadows that were not fulfilled in Christ, you know. But they're not done away with, right? In a sense, because for example, we have no priests anymore, right? There are no human priests who go into the Holy of Holies to give the sacrifices to atone for the sins of the nation. But we still have a high priest, don't we? We have the great high priest who will never die, the one interceding for us. So even the things that are abrogated, in a sense, or fulfilled, maybe is the better term, in the New Testament, they still exist in a sense. Animal sacrifices, you know, we don't do those anymore because of the once for all sacrifice of Jesus Christ. So getting back to it though, when people hear me say like, well, I'm against BLM, this is where the manipulation comes in. They go, I'm against BLM. People hear me say, you're against Black Lives Mattering? Like, no. I'm against the things they stand for. The breaking down of people into oppressor and oppressed. And you know, I'm against police brutality. So now people don't know where to put me, I guess. Here's something I wrote. Caleb says, this is what should happen every single time if a law enforcement officer starts to break the law they claim to uphold. It says here, the article says, officer puts knee on protester's back or neck, fellow officer physically removes it. That's right. And I said, that's right. Enough solidarity with your fellow officers when they are doing something wrong. Don't stick to your guns as a show of faux strength. Be accountable to those you're serving and protecting, as well as your fellow officer. So, when our society was guided by Christian principles, by the founding of America, And Canada also made a covenant with God. I don't know if you guys know that, but actually Canada and England, and I mean it was England and then by extension the colonies of England, so it would be places like Canada, actually made a covenant with God in their parliament. It was in 1643, I think it was. It's actually in this book. But the point is, I can't find it right now, but the point is that there used to be a time when it was a noble and truly righteous thing to be a cop. Because the reason was because there was a thought, a sort of general mythos, general cultural understanding, back when cops were first made public, that you're putting yourself in a position to be shot at, right? Because the Christian founding of the nation emphasized the value of the human person above all else, almost all else. God, of course, is the number one. And so, take for example the Black Robe Regiment. The Black Robe Regiment were, they were a bunch of ministers who also had guns, and they were like a militia, and they helped defend things, and they were like think of it like how we have volunteer firefighters. They were kind of like volunteer like soldiers and cops. Law enforcement maybe is more of a general term to use. And one of the things that was said by Captain Parker of the Black Robe Regiment was, stand your ground, don't fire until fired upon. Right? So that's one of the reasons why it was always seen as so noble. Guilty as charged. JQ says you've been watching a ton of Apology if you talk about the Black Robe Regiment. Yeah, that's where I first learned about them. It's true. There's a lost concept in the world of policing and politics that they are supposed to be serving the community and are supposed to be held accountable to that community. Correct. You too? Yeah. Good stuff. Great stuff. So what's happened now is we've lost the idea that cops should be fired upon first before they fire back. And this is how you get injustices like the pausing this again, like the Daniel Shaver incident, right? These cops in full body armor, they're not cops, they're SWAT, but law enforcement. These law enforcement were in full body armor. There's like three people with guns trained on this guy, all right? And they were so afraid to get fired upon. That's not how it originally was. So that's how we've gone from being a cop being this very noble pursuit, being this thing that we look up to people and be like, wow, you want to be a cop, you want to put yourself in harm's way and get shot at first. And we've gone from that to being like, the cops are ridiculous because now the cops shoot first. And the point I wanted to make was here about the solidarity thing. There's a legislation that's being proposed to better hold police accountable and to remove the protection of police unions. Right. We can talk about practical things like that too, right? Because I think some Christians, I think this is another reason why, Kiwi, why Christians are into saying Black Lives Matter and following that movement, is because they understand that, yes, the gospel is important. Of course it's important. But practically, what should we do? Like, there has to be some answers about how we should be organizing society and living our lives. Like, what should we be voting for? All that kind of stuff. And most Christians have been taught that God's word has nothing to say about any of these issues. Economics, immigration, policing, taxes. Most Christians believe that God's word it doesn't have anything to say about it, and we have to figure it out on our own. And so I think when some Christians see this movement, like, oh, these are practical things we can do in addition to preaching the gospel. So it's sort of like a antinomian light. Their antinomian light version of the world informs them, well, there has to be something we can latch onto and be like, well, how do we organize our societies? And so I would say God's law would have us, remove police unions, and qualified immunity. Those are two practical steps. I believe they're based on the Bible, based on I can't remember what it is. I think it's in Leviticus. It's do not be partial, right? The whole concept of qualified immunity is partiality. It's if you're a cop, you get special treatment, right? And then Jay says, there will always be poor among you. Yeah, Jesus said that. There will always be poor among you. And we are to work toward helping those people. Church should be the people the church should be at the forefront of social stuff like that. Social change. Here's an interesting post from someone I don't know, actually, but Corey De Angelis said, ways to improve the law enforcement, go. And someone said, treat it like the fire department. Only come out when legitimate complaints are filed. No need to be out constantly harassing the public for mild infractions. If people don't care enough to call and report, then it's obviously not an issue. If I need you, I'll call you. Right? And I know people who would read that and go, that's crazy. That would never work. And it's like, well, why not? We do that for like I said, the fire department. We do that for firefighters. We do that for healthcare workers. We do that for anybody who we need their we require their services. For some reason, we think that it's just a weird thing. It's like we think that if we've never experienced it, then it can't possibly work. We can't possibly do it. False calls for the fire department are not good. No, certainly not. And here's a clip. Someone says here, wow, people are making citizens arrests of what looks like black bloc individuals. So this is a guy who's destroying the pavement, and then this civilian captures him and like kind of restrains him, and then he brings him to the police. And I said, did I just hear "get the white people" the start of the clip? And that's, yeah, you hear that. I don't know if you can. Sorry for the language, but there it is. Get the effing white people. That's not helpful. That's not helpful in the least. You have a lot of bad actors in these crowds. Here's something from John Harris. Something Marxists don't understand. I've watched every good situation. I have too. Right? So is this anti-Antifa losing track of all the protest factions? So we've got, yeah. Well, man, I'm glad you can make it. Thank you for stopping by. Well, this is the thing about it, is like there's no unified vision here, because some people are actually legitimately protesting for police brutality. Other members are part of BLM, who they want, them and Antifa, they sort of want a breakdown of the system, right? He's one of the biggest contributors in my conversation to my stream, so I wanted to invite him here for you as well. And anyone else I think would enjoy this content. Well, Grant, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while now, and whoever wants to come by, I'm really happy to have them. I spend Saturday nights kind of just spending time studying and learning and reading things, and this week has just been really crazy, so we're going over like a whole bunch of Twitter stuff. Yeah, in-house conversations, J-Cubed, learning more. I'm not much more than an added on for chapter verse, but let's be honest. That's how I first met Grant, though. Grant, for like a few streams at the beginning when I first met him, he just quoted scripture. Like I would say something, and he'd be like, "Oh, that reminds me of this verse," and he quoted scripture, and I was like, "Perfect." I mean, what? I was just like you, Ryan. Not so different, you and I. Yeah. So BLM and Antifa, they're like, again, it's more word manipulation, right? So Antifa is anti-fascist, but the thing is that they are also they're fascists because they want to uproot even the foundations of our society, right? Because they believe that the society is fundamentally fascist, and so they call themselves Antifa, anti-fascist, because they want to uproot the fascists. But they themselves, because their worldview is so totalizing, they are themselves fascists. This is why it's important for Christians to be prudent. There's more going on than just racism is bad. Maranatha. I mean, I'll always say, "Come, Lord Jesus," 100%. I just think that Christians will often, in an attempt to try to be compassionate and understanding and civil, they will compromise and allow unbiblical things in their churches, into their thinking, with striking similar iconography to the early Nazi movement, Antifa, that is. Right. It's true. That's a very good point. Because that was initially the whole Nazi idea as well, right? The idea there was, we're going to make a new Germany, a new nation that will advance the human race, right? Like the whole idea of, the Jews and the undesirables not procreating and gassing them and all of this, right? All of that was based on the Darwinian idea that we are slowing and hindering the progress of human evolution. So, and all these systems of oppression are hindering us from the great vision of paradise that we seek. So, thank you for the lurk. I mentioned this post here because someone asks, anybody still post mill? And I mentioned, I didn't retweet it. I posted this comment in a Pastor Tanner stream. And I was like, yep, I'm still post mill. I'm sure it would be pretty hard to be post mill in 1347 to 1351 when half the known world was dying from plague or other seemingly Christian ending events. Look at us now. There are more Christians alive today than there have ever has been at one time. God's not done. Not with his people. He's not done expanding the influence of his kingdom. And just because our immediate surroundings are chaotic does not mean that the world's gonna go spiraling into catastrophe, because God is still on his throne. So, even though you don't have to be post-mill to think that, of course, we can disagree on eschatology and still be brothers. The idea that, all these bad things are happening. Post-millennium is a lie, or the post-millennium is not true. It's like, well, the belief has never been that the world's gonna get gonna be straight up, like just better. The entirety of human history is about revival and struggle and apostasy, and then a reformation. But overall, if you actually look at the span of human history, there are more Christians, more advancements in technology via the Christian worldview, and so I believe that will continue. And there's no promise in God's word that America is going to survive till the second coming of Christ, right? That's not there. But the influence of Christ's kingdom will never stop. It will never be stopped and diminish. And that's kind of like the post-millennial hope. Yes, we can have a pandemic. Yes, we can have a total civil unrest. We can have a civil war or something. Doesn't change the vision for the world. And then this is me being a little bit sarcastic here. Hey, everyone, Christians out there, do we want to understand how to deal with black people and people of color and all this? Here's a quote. Leviticus 19:17 and 18. You shall not hate your brother in your heart, but you shall reason frankly with your neighbor, lest you incur sin because of him. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the sons of your own people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Oh, but the Old Testament God is so mean. Oh, he just wants to just judge people and just condemn people. Good thing we have the God of the New Testament. He's a nice God. I think we need to think deeper than that. This is God's word, just the same as the New Testament is. This is what we should be looking to, right here. We don't need Black Lives Matter. We don't need critical race theory. We don't need feminism. We look to Scripture, and we find the truth there. So I can say definitively, objectively, I am not to hate my brother in my heart, but I shall reason with him, with your neighbor. So it's biblical to reason with people. And it's this kind of attitude that caused Christians to formulate universities and schools and hospitals, to reason with people. But the secular movements of our society right now aren't interested in reasoning. They're interested in narrative. And we as Christians have to deny that. And I kind of wrote tongue in cheek, man, you're so right. How could you be so wise to think like this? Where could we go to learn how we should live? Oh, if only there was some kind of book that could tell us. Oh well, I guess we're left to our own devices. I mean, yes, God saved us, and we are His people, and we're being told to obey Him, but we have to figure it out on our own. Thank you, Adamant, for James 4:12. Joy Bugs Pig Shrug. James 4:12. There is only one lawgiver and judge, the one who is able to save and to destroy. But who are you who judge your neighbor? Right. And it also talks about the representation of that there's one God, right? Old Testament, New Testament, unified. We are not to judge our neighbor because it's in the hands of God. While at the same time, in the book, the Gospel of John talks about judging with righteous judgment. Let's see. Here's DBH. If you want to protest what happened to George Floyd on the basis that an image bearer of God was grossly mistreated, I will protest with you. But if your protest is rooted through a paradigm of Black Lives Matter partiality, I'm not protesting with you. That's right. That's what it is. I've seen well-meaning Christians on Twitter fall for this trick. Daniel says, this podcast offers this perspective many don't want you to hear, especially from the lips of black men. But this is the perspective you need to hear, not because my uncles, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Walker, are black. No, it's the perspective you need to hear because they're biblical. Amen. Samuel D. James says, you can't understand Antifa or why it appeals to young, comfortable, mostly white suburban teenagers without understanding it as a religious movement. A generation taught to believe in nothing but themselves is violently rejecting their education. I love the phrasing there. I love that phrasing. A generation taught to believe in nothing but themselves is violently rejecting that belief. Because they're made in the image of God. That's the point. You see? You can't escape it. It can't be escaped. People are inherently religious. We're designed that way. We're designed to worship. We're designed to serve the Creator. And so, even in its broken, rebellious form, they're rejecting the thought that it's just themselves. That's all that they are as themselves, and there's nothing they can do about it. And so they war and they struggle for their purpose, for equity, for justice. And these things don't make any sense outside the Christian worldview. The commandments are written upon our hearts. Right. Amen. That is what a pastor went over this week as well. He said, everyone is monotheist deep down. It is either Yahweh or themselves. Right. It's either Yahweh or some idol. And this is why Christians need to get away from the stuff that the superficiality stuff about skin color. I made a point here with A.D. Robles. He said, I participated in a riot once. It was after the Terps won March Madness. It was stupid and evil. That riot made more sense than these riots. He said, it continued, that riot was irrational, but we were not pretending to care about justice in rioting. This riot is irrational, but even worse because they are pretending to care about justice by rioting. So, and then I said, right, so in this riot, people can feel like they're doing something noble and virtuous. For many, the government took whatever thin veneer of purpose they had through their jobs and isolate from people, and wear masks. The point I was trying to make there was like, AD was bang on it about this, where it's like, when you riot for whatever reason, right? But these riots are being given power because they can convince themselves that they're fighting for a cause, you know? They're fighting for a noble purpose. And that's what people need. People need that noble purpose. And what's that noble purpose supposed to be? Christ. Hello, Disc. Welcome. Glad you're with us. That noble purpose is supposed to be Christ. Supposed to be the pursuit of his kingdom and the showing the love of Christ. People don't have that anymore. They have their secularism. They have their postmodernism. And so, now they feel empowered. Now the rioting is part of their empowerment. We're finally doing it. We're finally tearing down the system that is inherently racist that they can do nothing about. And so, and I said, the government took whatever thin veneer of purpose they had through their jobs and isolation from people. So, during the last 2.5 months, many people lost their jobs. 40 million people in America. Some people, when they're not Christians, they at least have their jobs. They have their families. They have something that they can pretend is the true meaning to their life, right? These people don't have that anymore. Some of these people think they have nothing to lose. The only thing left for them is to fight for the noble purpose of overturning the systems of oppression. Be isolated from people, right? And even the very term social distancing, I find to be a little bit newspeaky. But why? Well, technically, it's more physical distancing, right? We're supposed to be separate physically, but socially, no. No, you should be talking to other people and interacting and having some human experiences with other people, right? So social distancing is not correct. It's not an accurate term to be using, but it's part of a way you can get people away from being with other people. So now there's no jobs. You're isolated from people, and this is why people are just like, you know what? Forget that. I'm gonna go on the street. They're gonna be tens of thousands of us, and we're gonna wear masks, also. And it doesn't matter about social distancing. See, so I guess what I'm trying to say is right now we're living in a time where the perfect cocktail of disunity has been brewed over years, decades even, where we've lost the Christian worldview, we've gained postmodernism in its wake, as a replacement, and this will not harbor. This will not create anything good long term. Here's John Mason giving him his take.
I want to encourage my fellow followers of Christ as we speak out about the injustice and the murder of our brother George Floyd. I want to encourage you guys, right now is not the time to abandon the likeness and the character of Christ. Right now is not the time to pick up the character and the likeness of a dying culture. We have a standard of truth. We have a standard of justice that will never change. That is what we find in the scriptures revealed by God for all time. We have a hope that's greater than anything this world can provide for justice, what's going on right now. We have a hope that's eternal, a justice that's true, a justice that will always remain the same and not be conformed to the likeness of man. That is the justice and the likeness of Christ. We need to continue, regardless of what happens, regardless of the situation, regardless if we black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, no matter what our race, our culture is, we need to continue to promote, push, and stand firm, rooted in the truth of Christ, the character of Christ. That's how we impact change. I see a lot of Christians and believers starting to slowly drift into what the culture says we're supposed to be doing. I'm a black man. What I'm supposed to be saying and doing as a black man to respond to what happened to George Floyd. I don't think that's how we should be doing things as Christians, because what we'll do is we'll start to basically seep into what justice looks like according to man. And that will always lead to injustice. So let's continue to keep our eyes, our hearts, and our minds focused and rooted on what is true, what is eternally real. And as we do that, we can communicate how justice looks according to God, how the truth gives us real hope, gives George Floyd and his family real hope that can go beyond what we see in today's culture and society that is in chaos right now. We are the peacemakers. Who's going to stand up and continue to promote the way Jesus would do it?
Very well said. And I love the idea there of like he's a black man, so therefore he's supposed to think like this, and supposed to say these things. And that's exactly the problem, right? That's the thought. Is if you are a certain skin color, you must think this way. Which is racist. Oh man, we got all screwed up. We got it all messed up. So that same post again, the ways to improve law enforcement go. Here's what I said earlier, in response to that. Regular proclamation of the gospel. Cops need the mind of Christ to understand that they need to be willing to take the bullet. And you absolute monster. Thank you for the gifted sub to Regenerated. What a monster. Thank you so much. What the heck? Well, welcome. Welcome, Regenerated. Greg, good to see you. What the heck?
Weapons!
Gifted 2 subs? Disc. You're too kind, man. Thank you. Wow. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. God bless you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, guys. Bet my man. God support my favorite streamer. Oh man, come on. That's so sweet. That's really kind of you. Yeah. Disc has been talking me up. I really appreciate that. I just try to do what I do and do what I love, and also glorify God wherever I'm able. That's really awesome. I doubt anyone needs to know, but check out Disc since he. Thank you so much. Anyway, enjoy your bronze masks. So, cops need the mind of Christ to understand that they need to be the first, to be willing to take the bullet and get shot at first before they start shooting. I reminded the Black Robe Regiment, stand your ground and don't fire unless fired upon. See, because that was the idea. The whole idea of a well-organized militia, the Second Amendment. The well-organized militia were people who were. Welcome back, J Cubed. Very generous gifts have just transpired from Disc. Thanks again for that. Fantastic. We're actually, we have 8 sub points now, so we're only 7 points away from another emote, which I would love to get another emote for you guys. I've already decided on the emote. Grant convinced me. I'm going to do Mind Blown because he's already asked me about it. He was like, what emote is missing from the community? And I want to do Mind Blown. I'll have to figure out how to make that and how to, like, what kind of thing I want for it, but I can't institute it just yet until I get 15 sub points, but me gusta. Me gusta. Let's see. Yeah, Leviticus 19:15, which is don't show partiality. So I would say definitely and qualified immunity. I'll bring it all around Twitch. Yeah, I'm planning on that. There's a post here. The BLM protesters being yelled at by multiple other protesters for encouraging a peaceful protest. So this is the thing about it, right? A lot of people are very confused. So some people are part of the BLM, but they're there for good reasons without understanding kind of the implications of the movement entirely, right? So this person, would claim to be part of the BLM movement, but she's asking for peaceful protests, which is not really what the BLM movement wants to do. And so, like, there's different fractions within each of these groups, and not unified in that. My 2 favorite emotes are hello there, and oof from Red Sniper. Oh, nice. I haven't seen that emote yet from Red Sniper. Grant says, because of my Christian streamer I meet, I will be mind blown. But basically, what they're saying here, they're being yelled at. This person's being yelled at by this person here on the right. Basically, like, stop telling people to peacefully protest. Because we need to because we got to think about it. We need to uproot the system. We've been told our whole lives that that guy over there, he's the problem, and nothing he can do about it. He's a racist and he's the oppressor. Nothing he can do about it. Now what are you gonna do? Well, we're gonna return the system, and it requires violence. So I said, you're not colored like they are colored. They can do whatever they want. End discussion. Intersectionality is poison, and every Christian should abhor this inherently divisive ideology. GCube says, I convinced Red Sniper to make this first emote the oof. Oof's a good one. Oof's a good one. I've been saying oof a lot more recently. Okay. Well, how long ago? 2 hours in? Okay, 2 hours in, we're finally getting to one of the things here. This is one of the reasons why I titled the stream, Blessed Are the Poor. So this guy is named Carl Lentz. And honestly, I don't know much about him. I Googled him. Apparently, he's the pastor of Hillsong Church. And I wanted to respond to this because I saw some people retweeting this and being like, yes, yeah, exactly. He's the lead pastor of Hillsong, New York City. Yeah. I've never listened to a sermon of his or anything, so I don't know what his other views are on things. But this was not a very good part, and it concerned me that there were some Christians, well-intentioned Christians, who were like, yes, this is so true, right on. And I listened to this clip, and I'm like, this is terrible. He's a squishy. Yeah, it certainly has felt that way. Forgive me, I can't forget how to pronounce the name again. Del Carey, welcome. So I kind of want to respond to what he said here. So let's listen to it, and we'll take it apart a little bit.
I said a statement last week which was a very mild statement because I believe we want to agree with God. We want to be on God's side. My statement was this: for me, I believe that Black lives matter.
Oh, and feel free, anyone, if you want to respond as well, respond in the chat. We can talk about it, about what he said here.
I believe we want to agree with God. We want to be on God's side. My statement was this: for me, I believe that Black lives matter. That's what I said. Anybody with a functioning brain understands that all lives matter. Anybody. But right now, there is a portion of our community that is frustrated, and they are suffering, and they are hurting. So as an empathetic Christian, I'm going to go and say, I agree with the statement, Black lives do matter. But I was glad some people disagreed with me because I kept saying, do Black lives matter, yes or no? Yes, but. I'm like, there is no but. We disagree. Those are the same type of people that would have interrupted Jesus during the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus would have been like, blessed are the poor. No, Jesus, blessed are all people.
That's the big line that everyone gets all their seats about.
Since when does highlighting one issue disparage another? Are we not secure enough to be able to sit here and go issue by issue and just talk about one without disparaging another? Of course, all lives matter, but it's okay to say Black lives matter. What's wrong with you? This is not rocket science. All lives matter. No kidding. That's why we're saying Black lives matter, because until all lives matter equally, we need to focus on this.
Who's saying Black lives? Who's saying all lives don't matter equally? I've been scouring Twitter and the internets all week. I haven't seen a single person say that. The whole all lives matter equally thing. I don't know about that. Because BLM has corrupted the phrase Black Lives Matter. Exactly. It's manipulation. They are experts at manipulating language. So here's what I wanted to get into, based on this. So we can talk about. I want to talk about specifically.
I said, do Black lives, but I'm like, there is no but.
Right here.
We disagree. Type of people that would have interrupted Jesus during the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus would have been like, blessed are the poor. No, Jesus, blessed are all people.
Okay, so that's the big line, the one that everyone's like, oh yeah, see, Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor." No, he didn't. No, he didn't. So let's go over to where right now we're in. That's the wrong thing. Interact with this. There you go. Can I say, when I watched this, the thing going through my mind at first was, can you put a shirt on? Oh, really, was it? Del Curry. The megachurch pastor is an enigma. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Correct, JQ. Well, I'm getting to that, right? Then, so chapter 5, beginning of chapter 5 of Matthew, when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up to the mountain, and after he sat down, let me get the music back up here. Where was I? There it is. Okay. Saw the crowds, and after he sat down, his disciples came to him. He opened his mouth and began to teach him, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the gentle, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." Does he just have a bunch to say about the poor and that they matter in terms of partiality? Oh, yeah. Anyone noticed how his comparison automatically placed an equal understanding of poor and black? Yep. Yep. No, blessed are all people. It's like, well, the thing about it is, this passage is talking about salvation. It's not about the poor. It's not blessed are the poor, period. And we can see this clearly from the Proverbs, right? The Proverbs aren't many times in the Proverbs it talks about how if you're lazy, you'll become poor. So am I saying that? Well, are you if you're poor, you're lazy? No, I'm not saying that. The Bible doesn't say that. But the idea that if you're poor, you are imbued with some kind of inherent righteousness. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow, Skywalker VBC. Welcome to the Architects. Like, you don't get extra righteousness by being poor, because the Proverbs would go against that. So it's about the poor in spirit, and this is very good too. Like if you want to talk about justice, talk about because that's what he's trying to get at. He's trying to get at like the idea of justice for people. All right, don't quote Matthew chapter 5 in the Beatitudes as a reason for why there should be justice. Go to somewhere like Exodus 23:1. It says here, "You shall not bear a false report. Do not join your hand with a wicked man to be a malicious witness. You shall not..." Oh, thank you for the host, Skywalker. Verse 2 says, "You shall not follow the masses in doing evil, nor shall you testify in a dispute so as to turn aside after a multitude in order to pervert justice." Very applicable to today, to their current events, I think. "Nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his dispute." I love that these two verses. They're brilliant. 3 verses. They're like, hey, God's law says you're going to be partial. You're going to have a tendency to be partial to poor people because you feel bad for them. Like you want to make sure that they're taken care of. God's law says, verse 3 of Exodus 23, nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his dispute. Let's see here. Let me catch up a little bit. This says, right, wasn't even about the poor's equal worth. It was meant to be taken as flourishing are the poor. This pastor's using the Jefferson Bible. Cut out the things he doesn't like. Really? I'm, again, not familiar with him. Jefferson Bible, I'm not familiar with that translation. My reaction says, I heard someone say once, jazz is, quote, the notes that aren't played, end quote. Okay, not a jazz guy myself, but similarly, the Word of God does not busy itself with the language of the world. It barely mentions some of the most significant secular events in history, or ignores them altogether. The word does not mingle disgusting language in order to justify reporting a crime in the free press. So we are, as Christians, ought to salt our language, free of clever ways to insinuate virtue signaling nonsense. Right, so virtue signaling was actually something that Jesus actually spoke against. Do you remember he said, when you pray, do not pray on the corners of the street, hoping to be noticed. If you virtue signal, And people say, wow, what a virtuous person that he is. That's your reward. That's what you got. You see? So the Pharisees, they knew about virtue signaling. We call it virtue signaling. It's there's nothing new under the sun. And they had virtue signalers back in Jesus' time too. JQ Vision says he's practically using the Jefferson Bible. The Jefferson Bible is where Thomas Jefferson cut out the supernatural parts of the Bible to make it fit his worldview. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson was not a Christian. He was like a deist. He, despite not being a Christian, he at least understood the value of it. What the heck? What the heck? Thank you. Thank you for another sub from Disc. Welcome, Skywalker, to the Architects. Dale Curry said, I'll say, it's getting Mifuki sweaty. I tweeted today about how the privilege that we need to focus on is sin's grip on a family structure. That's very true. And creating a growing non-two-parent home and fatherlessness. All very true. This crosses all cultural and racial lines. It may affect some more than others, but it's due to sin, not skin. That's good. Unfortunately, yes, it does sometimes take place in the form of racism. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for helping the community out. So yeah, this is what I do on Saturday nights. Study, learn, ask questions, have in-house discussions. During the week, I stream mostly RPGs and games and stuff like that, challenge runs. But my other passion, aside from video games, is theology. So this is not work to me. I just love doing this stuff, and I figured I should stream it, and I'm happy to do so. So this is the kind of thing we should look into. Exodus 23. To say, well, this is the law that we can be looking to and being like, Christians are guided by this. Not the Beatitudes. That's about salvation. So I want to go back to that Twitter feed here. I need to interact with it.
There is a portion of our community that is frustrated, and they are suffering, and they are hurting. So as an empathetic Christian, I'm going to go and say, I agree with...
By the way, a small nitpick here. I think I would disagree with the usage of the term empathy. Empathy and sympathy are different things technically, and sympathy is more like being understanding about someone's position, whereas empathy is more like I want to put myself in their position more directly. It's a bit of a, but whatever.
The statement, Black lives do matter.
Of course they do.
But
no one's disagreeing with that.
Some people disagreed with me because I kept
I'm
saying,
disagreeing with you.
Do Black lives matter? Yes or no? Yes, but. I'm like, there is no but.
There is a but. Yes, but you're being played. That's the but. It's semantics. Yes, but yes, yeah. They're technically, we're supposed to be sympathetic, not empathetic, but.
We disagree. Those are the same type of people that would have interrupted Jesus during the Sermon on the Mount.
People.
Jesus would have been like, blessed are the poor. No, Jesus, blessed are all people.
Blessed are all people. Well, that's also wrong, though. Because Jesus never said, blessed are all people. Blessed are the... See, because God's talking about salvation, right? Unless you're a universalist, you know that not everyone is saved, and not everyone's going to be saved. So even in his, like, analogy... there, blessed are all people. Like that's what that crazy person would say. But it's like, hey, Got Fuzz, welcome. That was awful. Yeah, I'm just reviewing this because I saw a lot of Christians posting this and being like, yeah, man, that's so true. That's what we need right now. And I looked at it and I was like, terrible. Oh, good. You know, Skywalker knows Got Fuzz. I despise that video. That's why we're going over it now. Blessed are all people. No. Blessed are not all people. Jesus said, blessed are those who are poor in spirit. Blessed are those who are hungry. So here's what I'm saying is, if Carl Lentz here is taking the idea that when Jesus said, blessed are the poor, he meant, like, literally, blessed are the poor. Jesus also said in the next verses, he said, blessed are the hungry. All these guys in here. Yeah, it's great. It's great to have everyone here. Blessed are the hungry. So if you're hungry, you're blessed. So maybe you should not eat. Because if you want to take away the blessing, you can't be full. Because then you won't be blessed. It's just like... So let me get into this a little bit, because I actually responded to this on Twitter, and people responded back to me. I wasn't expecting that. I said, terrible exegesis. Jesus said, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Who is that? Those who see themselves destitute, who mourn over their sin and thirst for righteousness, will inherit the kingdom of God. Not those who are actually poor or who are actually hungry. Just jumping to the hermeneutics. I was making some. There's a lot of gymnastics that have to be done here. Then I responded. Also, BLM is a movement that obfuscates the truth of the gospel, that says we're all level up before the cross, regardless of skin color. And if you love anything more than Christ, even deeply held loves like your ethnicity, you cannot be the disciple of Christ. Luke 14:26. Whoops. Let's get that pulled up now. Luke. (26) says, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Whoever does not carry his own cross and come after me cannot be my disciple. I am a man of Italian descent. My father's Italian. My mother is basically Portuguese. She's from the Azores. I have a number of experiences that I've lived as a result of being a certain ethnicity or being a descendant of a certain ethnicity. Good things, valuable things. And I wouldn't trade that away, because God made me who I am. He gave me the body he gave me. And this body is not a throwaway. He gave it to me. He gave it to me specifically. He made it for me. And ultimately, of course, he made it for himself, for his glory. But if you ever get into the position where you think, what the heck? Disc, thank you. Thank you very much, man. Got Fuzz. Welcome to the Architects. Enjoy the mask. But if you ever think that your ethnicity matters more than Christ, you need to repent. I would, even though I love my family and I love the things I love, all the things I love, you need to be able to say, I will give it away like that for Christ. Instantly. It should be an instinct in Christians. And what do we see from BLM? We see that we elevate ethnicity above anything else. That what's more important than being a Christian is being black. Or being a person of color. You need to be able to do away with anything you love. Jesus intentionally here in verse 26, he stresses it by saying, like, I'm going to mention father and mother and wife and your children, brothers and sisters, all of the things that you would most value and protect if you're not willing to hate them. By comparison of your love for me, you cannot be my disciple. That should convict every Christian who hears it. How long do we have to wear the mask? Completely. Well, it's not a mask that covers your whole face. It's just for your eyes. I miss the knockout in UFC. Christian solidarity is not enough for people who believe that. They're right. It's not enough for them. Christ isn't enough for these people. But it needs to be. So we gotta repent of it. Look at this, 10 subs, man. Crazy. So let's continue back. Let's close this for now and open up this and open this. What the heck, Disc? You're it's too much. You're being too generous. This is the Moses situation. You're giving too much. What? Moses goes to the people and says, "Stop giving. You've given enough." Thank you very much, Disc. Did I miss it? I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think you missed what I put above. I hate how he said right now Black Lives Matter because they are the ones hurting. Yet it's in reference to something that happens. Let's no. Stop. Thank you. Thank you, Disc. Welcome, Delcurry. You dog, you. Sorry, I'm gonna finish with Got Fuzz here. Yeah, it's reference to something that happens less than all the murders of the black babies. Why isn't the black community hurting because of that? Dude, Fuzz, that's you're 100% bang on. This drives me crazy. If you're so concerned about Black Lives Mattering, rightly so. If you're a Christian, you're concerned about all lives. What about the 16 million black babies who die every year in abortion? Where are all your Black Lives Matter signs there in front of the abortion clinics? Yes, man, thank you so much. Now Disc is teaching you the new covenant of grace. Be generous, but not out of compulsion. That's the part of the covenant of grace. You're the man, Disc. Thank you so much. This is a great guy. If you guys, I'm sure all you guys know who he is, but if you don't, check him out. Give him a follow. Check out his content. Oh, I saw that. I saw that Disc. What was that about? I saw it on Twitter. You posting that. I forgot to give it a like, but what was that? Like you were like, this was like a old video of you where you were like screamo singing. It was very impressive. It's not easy to do. Live Reaction says suffering is only glorified when it's flattering and self-aggrandizing. Apparently. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's right. It's like only if we can really get something out of it, and it's actually like virtue signaling, and it's popular. That then suffering is glorifying, and we should do it. Hey, make that happen again. Yeah. Can you still do that? Can you still do the screamo voice? That takes practice to do that. Anyway, so this is what I said. I think we were all in agreement here. The media is pretty persuasive, I hear. Yeah, you mentioned, yeah, I just didn't read it out loud. Sorry about that, Dale Curry. Kappa. It's Kappa. I mean, they're persuasive in a sense. GCube says, because we drink the poison of eugenics, that disguises as women's rights. That's right. Disguises as women's rights. We went over eugenics last week about about like you know, the goal of like Margaret Sanger, you know, eugenics, birth control, abortion. These were all ideas that she put forward and popularized to try to control the population, to determine who would be born and who would not. Just some fun I had creating content a decade ago. A decade ago! Yeah, I can still do it. You can still do it! And not out of compulsion, brother. Out of desire to bless you. Aw, thank you, man. That's super kind of you. Super kind of you. Thank you so much. It was his audition for Paramore. That's what I try and do too. I'm trying to support all you guys. It's so hard. Honestly, I want to support all you guys, and but I realized it was not financially wise to do so because there's so many of you, and which is good, which is a good thing. Like, so I have to kind of like decide like who do I support this month and stuff, because I want to support all of you guys and keep the community building and growing. Adamant says, that's what drives me crazy about social media culture. So many clips of people being helpful, but they're obviously filmed in order to glorify themselves on the internet. Same with the suffering that live reaction mentioned, presenting as altruism, but anything but. Right. And that's what Jesus would say, right? If you pray on the street corners, if you say, oh my, look at how much money I'm giving, like you're it's not really the true altruism that Jesus is talking about. There you go. Live reaction mentioned it. We all know about those who blow a trumpet before their almsgiving, right? Not all at once, but as you said, doing around 5 at a time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing solely. I do like 5 or 6 at a time, but like my whole sub list is quite large now. You won't believe how she responded after I paid for her groceries. Click here, please. Like and subscribe. Oh, goodness. But I mean, like, that's the culture that we've bred, right? Is the idea that we don't have a purpose that is transcendent and sort of like, I'm gonna do this thing because it's the right thing to do, and in the eyes of God, he'll see that I did it for him. We do it for clicks. We do it for likes. Clickbait memes will be with us, unfortunately, until the end of the age. Yeah, because the clickbait, it was not a new invention. Ultimately, it's a new form of a very old thing, right? Ecclesiastes, there's nothing new under the sun, and so that's what we have there. So, back to this, though. We have my statements here. Bad exegesis about in Matthew chapter 5. Nothing new under the sun is my favorite thing to say. Yeah, it's true. They take different forms, but the basis of it is as old as time itself. And then Black Lives Matter is a movement that elevates ethnicity over Grant. just you know, you elevate ethnicity over the oneness we have in Christ, right? The relationship we have in Christ as unified brothers. Someone responds to me. He says, buddy, and let me tell me what you guys think about this. Hey, buddy, even if he added in spirit, his point would still stand. He could have quoted any of the Beatitudes here. If you're cool with cops murdering folks and not answering for it until smartphones and with cameras became ubiquitous, that's okay. Just open with that. Come on. I mean, come on. Like, his assumption is that I'm okay with cops murdering folks? Okay, Skywalker says, do nothing from selfish or empty conceit, but with humility of mind. Regard one another as more important than yourselves. Another great biblical principle. We don't need BLM for that. We don't need feminism for that. We go to the scripture for that information. Lord, help us. Just help. Amen. And then Adamant says, "Oh, they're false equivalence between Black Lives Matter versus police murder. You're one or the other." Exactly. That's what a lot of this comes down to, is false equivalence. Choose wisely. Right. So to pin it on me, because I disagreed with Carol Lentz's terrible exegesis of Matthew 5. He's like, "Hey, why do you want cops to murder people? What are you on about?" Reductive and tribalizing. That's a good word to use, Adamant. It is very tribalizing. It's not about the nuances and the truth of Scripture. It's about what team are you on, right? And I responded. I said, "You assume I'm not for police reform." And luckily, like 10 hours prior, I had said the thing about what we need in with cops is like police reform and all that stuff. But we need Christ in the police departments, Christ in law enforcement. And he said, I continued, "Actually, his point wouldn't have stood if he had quoted the other Beatitudes. It would have given it context. If someone interrupted Jesus saying, 'No, all lives are blessed,' in this context, Jesus would have disagreed with them. Because his whole point was, blessed are those who are his. Blessed are his sheep." Live Reaction said, "Even in the world's own recent patterns stand in judgment of this generation. Only the deliberately ignorant would argue the modern climate of race relations is on par or worse than the civil rights movements of the 60s or the 1860s. I would agree. I mean, I think that's where the ignorance of history comes in. I'm not a history aficionado, but I know enough where I can say, no, it's not like how it was in the 60s or how it was in the 1860s. We had a black president for 8 years. We had some of the highest paid celebrities and athletes are black. There was a black, what's the word? Black, they're black politicians in high places there. Like, the fact that we're still arguing that the system is fundamentally racist. Oh, here's what they'll say. They'll say, yeah, but that's just an excuse. Actually, the fact that those black people are in the system proves that they've been given privilege and that they're not actually black. My reaction continues, and even those that protested in far more justified conditions do so with far more dignity. Interesting. I like the word there, dignity. There is you can protest in a dignified manner. Yeah. So that's what I said, and the guy responds, Jay Tholen. He says, "So you're just here to nitpick theology? Sheesh." And I respond, "There's a difference between a nitpick and pointing out that this speaker used the words of Jesus, the King of Kings, to make him say something he didn't. Jesus didn't say, 'Blessed are the poor.' Being poor is not inherently virtuous. See Proverbs." And that was the end of that conversation. And there was another post I want to get to. Where is it? Was it here? Here. So this was really weird. I didn't expect this response. So I don't know who this is. Melissa Bills. But if I look at her profile, it says here, she's an ELCA pastor. She is. She has her pronouns in her profile. She, her, hers. So here's what she said in response to what I said. Matthew's gospel says, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." Luke's gospel says, "Blessed are the poor." And she's right. They say, "Blessed are the poor." And then a few verses later, it says, "Woe to you who are rich." Because remember, she's arguing that if you're poor, that is virtuous. If you are rich, that is a condemnation. So she's taking Jesus' words, "Woe to you who are rich," to mean that literally. Like, you are an evil person because you are rich. Luke digs deep into the reality of Jesus' promises for those who are literally poor, sick, oppressed, etc. Luke chapter 1. It's the love of money that is evil. Correct, J cubed. Correct. The love of money is the root of is a root of all kinds of evil. Ooh, JQ. See, I love this. I love when this happens, when like people are in chat and they're like cutting ahead of me and being like getting to the point that I was gonna make. The parable about the talents. Jesus gives more talents to the one man. He invests them well, and what does he end up with? More talents. He ends up with more than anyone else. And who does that for him? The good master. Our master. Delcree says, so those who are born into poor families are born of great virtue? Yeah. You are born of a kind of virtue that a righteousness that it cannot be seen in the rich people. And actually, according to the epistles of Melissa Bills, she just didn't mince words about that one. The point is, partiality is that poor and rich are treated equally. Exactly. What does God's law say? Do not give. How's the phrase go again? Do not defer to the great. Defer to the great. There it is. Leviticus 19:15 says, you shall do no injustice in judgment. You shall not be partial to the poor, nor defer to the great. But you are to judge your neighbor fairly. Case closed. I guess we should be done, right? There we go. God's law says that's the standard. That poor will always be among you. Yeah, my bad. I thought it was the book of first opinions. Sola feelings. Yeah, sola passio, or passio. So the passion only. As she continues. Hey, Stead. Good to see you, man. It's so cool. I see someone in the community in chat today. Everyone's coming up with new terms for this. I love it all. The Apocrypha of 20 and 100 characters or less. I thought it was Second Contemplations 412. Oh my goodness. So good. You guys are so clever. 2 Corinthians 4:12. So death is at work in us, but life in you. Oh wait, that was the chapter verse thought you meant to say 2 Corinthians. That's weird. 1,000 on Parlor. I mean, I'm on Parlor too. Hopefully it doesn't happen there. All right, let's continue. Luke chapter 1 is Mary singing of justice in a world upside down. Luke chapter 4 is Jesus saying that the Spirit of the Lord is upon him to preach good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to release the captive. Again, her position is that these things, good news to who? Good news to who? The poor. And remember, the poor are blessed, the poor who God's talking about. So she's saying that God has, in a sense, has specifically sent to who? The poor, the brokenhearted, and the captive. But not like in a spiritual sense, but literally. What the heck? Thank you for the sub. Welcome chapter verse to the architects. Chapter verse, you're a good guy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Skywalker, for the gift. I appreciate it. Let me go up here. Let me catch up. Hey, brother. I'm so thankful I stumbled across your stream. Certainly of the Lord. Absolutely. Love the conversation in the chat and your boldness sharing the gospel. I'll definitely be swinging by in the future, Lord willing. God bless you, brother. Thank you. God bless you, brother. Appreciate so much for your generosity. It's not needed, but bot's getting subs today. What the heck? I'm on Parlor, but that's not the first time that chapter verse trolled us. See Pastor Tanner's stream. Got fuzz nose, but I digress. Actually, went with Corinthians. Chapter verse does not give up. So what she's saying here is that, you know, if you're poor, if you're brokenhearted, if you're captive, then Christ is for you literally. But I think you guys can see the problem here, right? Like, you can be poor or brokenhearted or be captive for any number of reasons, right? You can be brokenhearted because you murdered people and you got caught, and now you're really sad about it, right? Look at that beautiful sub icon. There you go. Chapter verse finally got one. Got the the bronze mask. This is what chapter verse has to say. 1 Corinthians 14. I give thanks to my God always for you because of the grace of God that was given you in Christ Jesus. Looks like we're gonna have to fast track that mind blown emote, huh? I haven't even started working on it yet. Let's continue. Melissa continues, Jesus is not just concerned with spiritual matters, which I agree with. He is also concerned with poor people's physical realities, healing of bodies, justice for the oppressed, relief for the poor. Blessed are the poor is a statement that can and should stand as is in Luke's gospel. But that's a terrible exegesis. Jesus wasn't talking about that. You look at the rest of the verses. And we went over Exodus 23 already, the first 3 verses of that. You gotta name it and claim it. God just wants the best for you, and he just says that, oh, if you just follow him and you just say, oh, Lord, I want so many things, and I just think that it would be so good if you did that. If you just did what I said, what I told you to do, that would be good. Because as we all know, prayer is about getting what you want. Jesus did say he'll give you the desires of your heart. So we can see here, basically, the centerpiece of Melissa's argument here is that Jesus is not just concerned with spiritual matters, which she may have thought I was arguing that, but I was not, and but the usage of the Beatitudes here is very poor from Carl Lentz, and so I think Christians need to be wary of this kind of rhetoric. Let's see. We can probably move on now. I can just find the way back to my feed. There you go. Where were we? Daryl Harrison. Did you respond to Melissa? I didn't. I thought about it. I really did think about it, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to get into a Twitter feud. I will usually respond to people like once or twice, but not always. I debated on it. I might still respond to her, but I try to limit myself to limit myself a little bit so I don't get into too many Twitter fights. But it might be edifying. So now that you mention it, Del Curry, maybe it would be edifying just once to respond to her, and then let it be. Also, yes, DBH for the win. Many say they want to end racism. I get what they mean, but racism isn't like a carton of milk with an expiration date. Biblically, ethnic prejudice is not an ism. It is hate, period. 1 John 2:9 and 11 and 3:15. You end hatred by repenting and believing the gospel. Beautiful. Oh, I love this. This guy says, please, please write a book. And then he goes, thanks. Do you know the publisher? And then Canon Press was like, here someone says, Ariel Gonzalez Bovat posting some good stuff recently. He said, my heart ripped out of my chest for this woman. She is traumatized by the man in her own community. She's brave for being a truth teller. Takes courage to do this video. Yeah, I don't know who she is, but like I just started noticing her, and she's I followed her. She seems like a pretty steady person, a pretty orthodox person. She posted this, and I think it's important to listen to this as well.
It's free reign. There's nobody at the checkout. But this nigga just pulled a gun out on not just me, but 5 other black females. And y'all sitting up here really pretending like y'all did this shit over black lives. A black man who looks like me, who should be out there protecting me, just pulled a gun out on me and 5 other sisters. So y'all tell me, keep lying to yourself, talking about this was about black lives. Just pulled a gun out on me because I'm out here trying to clean up. To clean up what's mine. Y'all so pro-black that y'all anti-black. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about that, right? That's what I worry about. When the police came here, they ain't pull out no gun on me.
Sorry, just disclaimer. This is not Ariel. This is something that she retweeted, and the point that she was making about BLM.
But my brother did. Just pulled out a gun on us because we're trying to stop people from coming in the parking lot. We're trying to stop people from coming in the parking lot and creating more garbage. And this man just pulled a gun out on me and 5 other females. So now I'm in my car and I'm finna go home because at the end of the day, I feel hopeless and there's nothing that I can do. I'm picking up garbage, and here goes some old black folks throwing some shit on the ground. Coming in the store, taking stuff, and not helping, not asking who needs something. Pulled the gun out on me like I'm trash. You supposed to be out here protecting us. That's what y'all supposed to be doing, but you pulled a gun out on me. You pulled the gun out on me. That's what you did. You stood there. And you pulled the gun out, and y'all out here worried about these police officers. Everybody is against us, including us. Out here trying to help. And pulled a gun out on me. Like I'm nobody. Pulled the gun out on me like I'm nobody. Because I'm out here trying to clean up what's mine. I swear to God, I love y'all, but y'all so wrong. And ain't nobody gonna talk about it. We gonna keep crying about these police officers and then turn around and kill each other. He pulled the gun out on me and other sisters because all...
It goes on, but yeah, Ariel retweeted that. Takes courage to do this video because she was saying because it goes against the narrative, right? Live Reaction says, if anyone wants a real, albeit secular, thorn in the side of this entire not socio-political climate, have a look at Candace Owens on Twitter. Yeah, she is a secular. I'm not sure I follow her, but I do kind of keep tabs on what she's saying and stuff, somewhat. I mean, there are a lot of people I keep tabs on to see what they saying about certain things. I follow people who I completely disagree with. I follow like Luke Bradley Mason and stuff because I just want to see what their perspective is. It can be frustrating sometimes, especially when people just do not want to be charitable at all. Tom Askell retweeting or tweeting a post from Bodhi Baucham called Ethnic Gnosticism. This is a great sermon he did with Founders Ministries, and it's about the term that Bodhi made up. The idea that In order for... Oh, Yoshi, OST. Thank you for the host. Appreciate it. God bless. Neil Shenvi. Yes, I also keep tabs relatively on Neil Shenvi. I don't follow him directly. Just add you to auto-host. Hope that's okay. Hope it's okay that I have you on auto-host, Yoshi. So... Dude, God's blessing this theology stream so much tonight. So much, right? So beautiful. You guys coming together. Live Reaction says, I can't say I really do either, but right up front, she is running for office as a very impassioned black woman who is as disappointed with BLM and social justice as anyone you'll see or hear. That's true. Neil Shenvi looks like the primary sources of CRT, intersectionality, SJW. Yeah, yeah. I haven't heard too much of his stuff though. From what I've seen of it, it seems like he's pretty good on those things. So, but yeah, Vody here, in this sermon he did for just about an hour long, talks about ethnic Gnosticism. So that's the idea that you can't know things until unless you are a certain color. If you're white, you can't possibly understand what a black person, what their thoughts or ideas are, right? He's a measured voice, highly recommended. Okay. Yeah, well, I can go follow him and follow his stuff a little closer. And here's another thing. Lest people say, this is the next thing from Ali Beth Stuckey. Lest people go like, I mean, yeah, you emphasize the gospel so much. I mean, like, why do you do that? It's not like you're a Christian or something. But like, what do you do practically? And it's like, well, you go to God's law. So I kind of liked this post from Ali Beth Stuckey because she's a reformed person. And I like how she was like, you know what? You want practical? Let's talk practical. Help minority and poor communities. Get rid of public unions. But offer better de-escalation training for police precincts that need it. Right? Because again, we need to be putting cops and law enforcement in a position where they need to be shot at first. Because that's kind of like the way Christ thought. The mind of Christ is, I'll take the sacrifices. I'll take the bullet. Right? I'll give up my life for the safety of another person. Bigger, yes, police presence, and I would say police presence not in terms of a state-run police, but in terms of a volunteer basis. Private policing, much like how we have private firefighters, right? Allow school choice. This one really confuses me, only because I didn't. So is this how this works in America? Like, if you live in a certain part of the state or the county, you have to go to the school that they assign you? Is that how that works? Agree with her points, though not sure about public unions without a specific reason. So it's a bit weird. I would say that public unions, I think initially they started out well, but what they've become is, you know, because the original intention was to be like to make sure that no one was getting unjustly treated in an industry, right? So, well and good. I think that's fine. Let's see. Schools are based on location, where you live, but you have the option to homeschool, private school, charter school. So you live in a school district, your kid goes to that district, but certain areas hinder school choice. Yes, with JQ's vision stipulation. Okay. There is a certain degree where, like, if you go to public school, then you have to go to the school that you are part of the district of. Yoshi says, I agree with workers' rights, so if the implicit motive is for private unions, then I think that makes sense. Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm totally for. I mean, I'm fairly libertarian in that sense. I think that private unions are fine. I think a lot of times public unions, the problem with them is like it can be abused. So like the case of police unions, right? It actually makes it much harder to get justice because you're part of the union, right? Or like a lot of times in Canada, right? We have a post office has a union, and for I think for 3 months this year, they were on strike, and there are a number of people in the post office business who were Christians. They were good people. They were like, you know what? I want to just do my job and deliver mail and be a helpful part of the community. And their union wouldn't allow them. They weren't allowed to do the job even though they wanted to do the job because their union restrained them. Let's see. But yeah, I think private unions are totally fine. Privatization, for the most part, is the way that I think God's law would turn us. You know, in Exodus 18, we're seeing divisions of thousands, judges of thousands, judges of hundreds, judges of 50s, and judges of 10s. And so there was always sort of a localizing effect when it comes to God's law. Let's see. Jacob says, and those areas tend to lean liberal and think that public schools are the option, like the main option. So the argument is, if a kid grows up in a poor area, he goes to a poor school. They're stuck in a cycle. I see. School choice would ideally follow a break in that cycle. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, again, why not have that choice? Like, why restrict the choice? Public school districts want to eliminate or greatly hinder school choice because of how they get funded, especially the teachers' unions, who are also problematic. Okay. Right. Because if you're a poorer school, you get better funding from the government? Is that how that works? So school choice. Yep. Okay. I see. That's the incentive then. Yeah. Yeah, so that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I think that we should be free to choose whatever schools that we want for our families. Abbott school districts get more funding. About school districts get more funding. But the problem is that more funding hasn't eliminated the problem. Right. It's not going to. Throwing money at the problem isn't going to make it go away. Right? I think that's New Jersey. Most funding is based on taxes on the area. Oh, you meant Abbott. Abbott school districts. No, I didn't think that. My first thought was, okay, he must mean like Abbott as in a place called Abbott, or a thing called Abbott. And then my second thought was he may have misspelled about. Grant. Dale Curry says most funding is based on taxes on the area, from my knowledge, so not so much financially in poor neighborhoods. No, not so much financially in poor neighborhoods. Okay. A boot makes sense. Wonder if there are any other words that I say wrong to you Americans. Adamant says, also, if your enrollment depends on how well you perform in a public education marketplace, you're actually going to feel consequences of bad leadership and or bad teaching, and nobody actively seeks out responsibility when they don't have to. Not wrong, just different. Yeah, Abbott School Districts is a New Jersey thing. Okay. Well, thank you for all the information, guys. I actually do not know. I know very little about this school choice thing, so it doesn't make sense at all to me. Like, why wouldn't you just give people the choice to decide for their families and for their children where they want them to go. There was a New Jersey Supreme Court case that created that category. Look, he says, so poor neighborhood schools have lower income, so lower pay for teachers and upkeep and class size, and you can see how teacher unions can come into play, right? Again, in a bid to try to be fair and equitable and all these things, actually causes a lot of problems. And I think a freer market is the solution. And I believe that's biblical. That yes, we should have just weights and measures, as God said, but we need the freedom to have just weights and measures, right? So things like inflation, things like disallowing school choice. Thank you for the lurk. Having school choice would allow those poor families to choose better schools, right? See, that's the thing. In a free market, you have to compete, right? So if all of the better schools, you know, if these poor families can afford to go to these better schools, then those who are doing worse have to like do better to make up to get your business kind of thing, right? Same thing in many other sort of economic. My typing is slow. That's okay. I mean, I'm not that fast of a typer myself. In many other economic things. So, for example, the CBC. In Canada, we have a national broadcaster called the CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcast Corporation. Okay, so they get like something like, I don't remember the exact number, like $500 million of government funds every year, and like no other news corporation can compete with them, because how do you compete with someone who gets essentially a free $500 million every year to do business? No other businesses can compete with them, so that they're really the only news organization that we have in Canada outside of like very like sort of small time ones like Rebel News and like True North and stuff like that. But they're very small time. One of the biggest issues I've seen in schools is the focus on students who do better. There's less care or focus on the lessers, but I guess that's a different conversation. Well, there are also a lot. I think that's, you know, doing better should give you, you know, greater reward. But that said, I think that there should also be a care for the lesser, of course. As Christians, that's what we believe. But the question is, how do we do that, right? And public schools are such that, you know, they work on a secular system, so their solutions are going to be non-biblical. They're going to be maybe like, you know, throw money at people, or what's the word? What's that phrase? The term called when you give like better grades to people who have people of color. What is it? And I think that's wrong, right? Like just on the basis of your skin color, you say, oh well, we should give you a higher grade. I think that's not helpful. I think it's destructive, even though it's well intentioned. To say to somebody, oh, Delcury, thank you so much for the follow. I mean, for the host. I think it's offensive. Like if I did a job, and I was like, and they were like, oh, the job you did here is it's serviceable, you know. And then they said, oh wait, you're Italian. Oh, it's great. It's an excellent job, in fact. It's fantastic. Because you're Italian, right? So like we know how, we know how Italians are, you know, like they, like your Italian excellent is our Caucasian okay. Like, that doesn't seem right. Yoshi says there's still some barriers in choosing between better schools, choosing better schools, such as enrollment, cost, or location. Hopefully the church really steps up. Right, I would love for the church to, much like how it was in the founding of America, church was the. It's taking a decision based on race. Oh, what's that called again? What is that called again? Oh yeah, white supremacy. Yeah, I really would hope, Yoshi, that the church would step up. And originally, you were educated in church. You were educated in church or in places where Christians had set up the education system, right? It used to be that people learned how to read by reading the Bible, right? The reason you learned how to read was because you had to read the Bible. You know, you didn't have to. I mean, maybe you didn't have to, but it was like that's part of the culture, right? J-Cube, because everything is racism except what is actually racist. Too true. Too true. All right, so we went over that. So that's cool. Good to know. Definitely allow school choice, because I think that would only be backed up by the freedom that we have in Christ, the general equity of God's law. Diminish unconditional welfare. So, this, of course, is also biblical. Those who are not willing to work should not eat, right? Classic, I think it's 1 Timothy. Doesn't mean we don't care for the poor. It doesn't mean that we're not concerned about that, but there is consideration about sort of triage about who we want to give welfare to. And that welfare, by the way, in God's law is not based on a governmental concept, but it's based on, like, the state giving, like, taking their money and then giving it to the people. It's actually based on the individual giving money. Let's see. I've been arguing for a while. Now that it's a boy cries wolf situation with the word racism, it's 100%, 110%. Absolutely, it's the boy who cries wolf. Like white supremacy, racism, sexism, all those terms, they were bandied about so much, I don't even flinch anymore when I see it. I'm like, oh, you're a racist. Yeah, okay. Like, which is terrible, because there are situations where people actually are racist. Let's see. Sunday school used to not just be about theology, and it also used to not just be about, like, bare bones theology, like theology for kids. Yeah, it was to fill the gap for those who couldn't get education. Yeah, except those who cannot work, which is a different conversation. Right. Oh yeah, totally. The scripture says those who are not willing to work should not eat, not those who cannot work. It specifically says in that text, those who are not willing to work. I saw that there are people saying that if there's an outbreak because of the protests, that it's racist. Come on. Oh, come on. I didn't see that yet, man. Too much, man. Defund Planned Parenthood, obviously. Millions of black people being murdered every year. I saw it like what? What? Help churches with outreach. So my point in retweeting this was just to say, I've heard people say, all you talk about is, like, preaching the gospel. You're not talking about the practical things. And I'm like, well, ignoring the fact that preaching the gospel is extremely practical, and changing the heart of man is what will actually change society, ultimately. Yes, we actually can also look at God's law and pick out the general equity and to say, yes, these are all practical ideas for how to help poor communities, and not just saying, "Oh, that guy over there, he's the problem. Get him." That is not helpful. Telling people their entire lives that guy over there, he's the problem. He's why you're poor. He's why you're a victim. And then let them go, like have to their own devices. What do you think's gonna happen? Come on. It's literally the most practical thing you can do, says Disc. That's right. Changing a man's heart of sin ain't practical. Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Oh, my gosh. I didn't get a chance to do my Twitter roundup last week. So there's like extra stuff here that I didn't get to. One of my biggest frustrations is the constant equivocation. That is a word, yeah. It's a logical fallacy of poor and minority. Right. Right, yeah, I see, yeah. It's true. Poor and minority are not synonymous, right? Because you can be a minority in... I have a minority in my church, right? My church is mostly Caucasian, but there's a like 25% of it, 20% of it is Filipino. What about the gospel? Yeah, I got you, J Cubed. So they're a minority, but they're not. Some of them are not poor. Practical aspects of it, yeah, and I believe that the gospel is a practical thing. Like, in addition to the saving faith of Jesus Christ, there is naturally a practical outworking of our Christian faith, right? When Jesus said, "If you love me, you will do what I command." What does he command? He commands the Old Testament law as well as the New, and Delcree says, "I live in a town with a part of the community that is poor, and they're majority white. So am I a racist for acknowledging that?" Well, you shouldn't be. Mining towns who lose the industry are poor and are predominantly white. Exactly. See, this is why we can't play these cultural Marxist games about oppressor. Oppressed and oppressor. Here's Samuel say, "My biggest problem isn't the perceived injustices against me and by white people. My biggest problem is the injustices I commit against other people, and especially against God." Words are hard. For me, especially. I mumble sometimes. And... This is the great irony, right? Is because of all people I could think of to be a streamer, right? And talk for hours and hours on end, I wouldn't pick myself because I know that I stumble or mumble or stutter sometimes. It's just God using the weak things of the world to confound the wise or the strong. But they love their intersectionality. That's right, they do. Yeah, I grew up in Pennsylvania. I'm familiar with that. Hey, yeah, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania people over here. Nice. Samuel continues, "Therefore, my biggest solution isn't social justice. My solution, my savior, is Christ." And to the cultural Marxist movement, it's not about the savior Christ. It's about the savior of social justice. Here's AD Robles again. "Obviously, I agree. Black Lives Matter. But obviously, I reject Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter because I believe Black Lives Matter." I love that. I live here now, less than an hour from Philly, where the one alchemist lives, actually. Grant trip meetup, super cool. Well, you guys are all live close together. I'm way up here in Canada. This is where Christians are gonna getting confused, right? Black Lives Matter because I believe Black Lives Matter. Okay, I think we actually reached the end now, almost. We lost a couple of ones here. Another one from John Mason. Those of you who watched the most recent Apology Radio recognize this woman here. I live in Alabama now, so road trip would be a tad long. John Mason says, "True followers of Christ should be led by consistency and truth through a biblical worldview considering the injustice of destroying the lives of God's image bearers." And Here's this quote, or here's this clip from Apology Radio with Beverly here. See this what she has to say.
Single year Black Matter rally yesterday, and I was preaching there, and I called it out. I said, what I don't understand is how Black Lives Matter so much that Black people and even white people only get up and really raise something when a white cop kills a Black guy, but yet 675,000 Black babies are being murdered every single year. Where's the protest for that?
Right.
You barely see people getting out, except for people of the church standing up, the abolitionists and the pro-life people. They come out, they stand, they fight. But for the most part, I'm in the car right now. I just watched a couple, kids, suburban kids. They got their Black Lives Matter signs up, but y'all are standing outside of a library. Go to your abortion clinic. I never see none of you guys at an abortion clinic.
Right.
How about you go to the south side of Chicago where they're shooting each other up, and then put those signs up there? It's like, if Black Lives Matter so much, why don't the Black people know that? Because they're the ones going in murdering their own babies. And then now you finally got some Black people that are.
I love that line. If Black Lives Matter so much, why are the Black people doing, like, why don't they believe that?
And it's not because I'm Black, it's because I'm Christian. Because really, color has nothing to do with nothing. I'm a Christian. That's what I am. I don't even identify with Black. People are, oh, you Black? Yeah, I'm not Black. I'm a Christian. You know what I mean? But the fact is, because God put me in this suit, I'm going to utilize every bit of what I have to further the kingdom. So he put me in a Black suit, so let's work it the best we can, right? So the reality is, people who want to identify with my skin color look at me and say I'm crazy when I'm talking about, oh, Black Lives Matter needs to matter on all fronts. But yeah, you guys are raising havoc. You're looting your own neighborhoods, Black-owned businesses.
Right.
You're destroying your own country because you want to feel like Black Lives Matter. Yet you're the same ones going into abortion clinics every day. I watch Black women walk out of the abortion clinic dancing. We're past the place of services and governmental help. We got more than enough governmental services. We got more than enough Christian and non-Christian organizations that are willing to help single mothers raise their babies or keep their babies. We're past that point. We're past the point of no return. The reality is, people are rebellious. They want to do what they want to do, and they don't want to take accountability.
Oof. Was she not on fire, right? She's bringing the heat. Those 2 minutes, like, oh. Wish I was that articulate. Whatever, Mercy should bring in the heat. That's right there's a wise woman. Amen. That's right. To meet this woman. Yeah, according to this, she was on the latest Apology Radio. Her name is Beverly, or sorry, Bevelyn. This is Bevelyn Beatty, who was arrested last week in front of the Margaret Sanger Abortion Center in New York while she was preparing to minister to women going in. She came onto Apology Radio to share her experience. Here's the full video. Oh, Abigail, I got you. I got you. And actually, I saw the original video of her getting arrested, and it's crazy because what happened was she was there first. She was there preaching, right? And the cops told her she needs to move, and she was like, "I'm out in the she's on a public sidewalk, and she's not like stopping people from going into the clinic. She was close to the door, but she was just there by the close to the door, but not letting everyone in if they wanted to go in. And the cops were like, "You need to socially distance. This is what actually happened. You need to socially distance. You're not obeying the orders of the state. You need to get further away from the door because we need to socially distance to now." What's that? What? Down the street is like 1,000 people protesting BLM. Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's fine. Anyway, so stop preaching your gospel. Stop standing by your by the door here, standing on the public sidewalk. That way people can go into this clinic and have an invasive procedure done to them. Like, and this is a perfect segue here. This is the last thing I found before I started streaming tonight. This was insane. Health as experts support anti-police protests. Quote, as public health advocates, we do not condemn these gatherings as risky for COVID-19 transmission. This should not be confused with a permissive stance on all gatherings, particularly protests against stay-home orders. I mean, stop getting played. That's all I'm saying. This has been the main theme of tonight's stream. Stop getting played, Christians. Like, they just said, thank you for, I need some reactions in the chat. Like, tell me how you're feeling. Express yourself through emotes and text. So you don't condemn the gatherings as risky for COVID-19 transmission. But COVID obeys the laws, yeah. So I hear the media is pretty persuasive. Triple Kappa. This should not be confused with a permissive stance on all gatherings, though. So, like Yoshi said, apparently COVID just obeys the law. If you're a protester in the BLM movement, you're immune. You're immune. Oh, regenerated. Hey, man. Good to see ya. Yeah, he gave you a gifted sub. We need to get Shadeless in here. Yeah. COVID is the locust virus all the time. Just, I mean, how transparent can you be with this? I found the antidote. Give me that. Like, tomorrow is church, right? For all of us. And I'm going to obey my pastor, right? My pastor decided to not meet, but I'm probably going to speak to him about this, because we decided to be, to respect the authorities and take advice from our health experts and all that, and Romans 13 is an important part to consider. But like, my question is, at what point is it persecution? Like Drake says, so that's the secret. We can stop this distancing if we join BLM, right? Join BLM. If we all become cultural Marxists, if we all become Antifa members, then it's okay. Then we can all go meet for church. Here's an idea. How about we all go to church and pretend we're a part of Antifa? Everyone wear a black mask. Make a Molotov cocktail, bring it to church. And if anyone asks you why you're gathering, just be like, the system, right, guys? And then they'll be like, okay, understandable. This is more... You know what this is, guys? Real talk. I mean, we were talking the whole time, but like, seriously, guys. You know what this is? This is the government saying, bring your Bible. Hidden, of course. Oh, of course. You know what this is? This is the government saying, this is health experts saying, the worship of cultural Marxism is more important than the worship of God, of Yahweh. I mean, we don't condemn the gathering. It's not risky. COVID-19 is not risky. You're not gonna risk anything by taking part in the gatherings and the protests. But those other gatherings, though. Particularly, it says right here, particularly protests against the stay-at-home orders. That's poison. That'll kill you. Now, don't get me wrong. But also, why can't people see this? Like, I'm so glad there are people who are like thinking people in chat and stuff, right? Like J Cube just said. But also, if I get sick, it's because of racism. Please. Now, don't get me wrong here, right? I wore a mask for a while. He's like, wait, here it is. I wore a mask for a while. I was looking at the numbers. I was like, okay, the jump is pretty high. I'm looking at the numbers from China. It's probably not accurate. It's probably way higher than this. I wore a mask for a while. I wore it everywhere I went. Because my personal assessment was that, you know what, the risk is high enough where I'm gonna care for my neighbor and love my neighbor and wear a mask and stuff. Sanitize my hands really well and all of that. And then this stuff started coming out, and it's like a week ago, we were still huddled in our houses, concerned about everyone getting COVID. Now everyone's like, oh, it doesn't matter anymore. We cured COVID-19 via protesting. Delcree's like, racism is the whole world affected sickness, and COVID is actually the cure. Well, actually, you totally reminded me of something. We didn't know much about it, right? Yeah, the virus. It was understood, but now we know a whole bunch. We know way more than we used to. And now we have people gathering together, and health advisors, public health advocates, health experts are saying, like, yeah, you know what? A bigger problem than COVID-19 is racism. So therefore, it's justified to gather together like this. Do you think it's justified to gather together to worship the Lord of creation? Do you think that's worth the risk? And that isn't to say, I'm not saying that if you decided to not gather for these past 2.5 months, that it's wrong. You made a judgment based on the facts that you had, you know, as a pastor or as elders, right? But now we have a choice to make. I'll tell you something. There has been very, very few times in church history where the persecution that people faced was just by Christians. So, for example, in China, Christians are persecuted in China, but not just them. The Uyghur Muslims. There's 1 million Muslims being persecuted right now in China. Who tweeted this? I want to share it. This was someone called Austin Open the Economy Peterson, and it was retweeted by regular reformed dude bros. This is where I saw it. So my point is, I've heard the argument like, well, you know, they're not just persecuting the church, so therefore it's not persecution of the church. But there's been almost no time in human history where just the church has been persecuted, right? Like there's Christians in China, but also the Uyghur Muslims, you know? Middle East, it's not just those who are Christians, it's those who would deny fealty to Islam and Allah, right? So we gotta think about that. JQ'd Visions, welcome back. Thank you for hanging out. See. James, really reformed Dubros said again. It said, "I guess we killed COVID." And James White responds, "It's all about priorities, dude. COVID wasn't killing the nation fast enough. Revolution works better and faster. Both are completely political." Jin Ho Yun, welcome. Got some hypes. Got some raids. Very nice. Thank you for the raid. One more. Stead. Yes, Stead. One more, and then we'll get on to the next segment for the night, which is, we're going to read the end of chapter 5 of this book, related to what we're talking about today. It's about utopia. How are you doing, Jinho? How is your stream? God bless. Thank you so much. One more thing here. What 2 + 2 equals is not the point in a woke analysis. The point is whose specific identity group interests are served by accepting that 2 + 2 = 4. The point wouldn't even be to say that 2 plus 2 is at all. Just that it's problematic to advance 2 plus 2 equals 4 if that advances white interests. A lot of math there. I'll try to keep up. The point is just like, it's not about reality. It's not about the truth. Like 2 plus 2 equals 4. It's something beyond that. I don't know. The deeper lesson is, who benefits from this reality? Do whites benefit from this reality? If so, it is to be condemned. Do blacks benefit from this reality? Then it is to be proclaimed and to be believed. Doing well. Stream went well. Did D&D prep and then some Magic the Gathering. Gene, we should be play Stars Infinity together. yeah, get together. That's good. But it's second and a second, make a third. A fifth, rather. I like this post from Yana Kvasha. It feels like we're really, really outnumbered. I'm seeing Christians becoming anything but. Church isn't taking a beating, however. It's being purified and cleansed of all the false converts. And that's the point I want to leave you with at the end of this segment. Is, what's this about? Now I'm back on my homepage feed. It really takes more than 10% of the population to ruin everything. Antifa plus Black Lives Matter equals anarchy, poverty, violence, and death. What I want to leave you with, though, is not that. Is more like what Yana was saying. No. I think I know the game. I like to go down. Live action said, please get to the point. If I stand here one more second with this stolen TV, how will I have the strength to throw it through the pane glass? Oh, man. Here's the point I want to leave you with as we end this segment of the stream. No despair. No despair, baby. We are not to be people of despair and hopelessness. We have a hope in Christ that we don't need these things, these systems of belief. We don't need postmodernism. We don't need any of that. We have hope in Christ of the kingdom expansion and his work. Hey, like your shirt? Yeah. Something has got to be on my end. Gotta get the hey. Everyone have a great night. Take care, Del Curie. Thank you for hanging out. It was a great way to spend the night. I like your shirt, Moogie. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I usually wear these shirts on Saturday nights. It was wonderful talking to all of you. So, yeah. What we want to do here is, now that we've caught up on all the Twitter madness, God bless you. Yeah, have a great sleep. First on Sunday. Amen, Grant. We'll move on to the reading portion of the show. So now our pop-up web browser. There we go. So, this is sort of the portion of the show I thought would be fun. Because what I often do, I'm not sure if you guys do this as well. What I often do is I'll put something on and just listen to it as I go to sleep. And I thought it would be kind of cool to study along with you guys and just kind of be a guy narrating and listen and just reading from a book for, 10 pages, 15 pages. I like that you consider this to be fun. It is, yeah. This session has been edifying and fun. Oh, yeah. Edifying and fun, encouraging. There's a lot to be encouraged about. We serve a good God, a God who's in control of everything. Well, it's a lot more fun when people are in chat. I mean, I stream no matter what, no matter who's in chat. But when there's some people hanging out, it's even better. So, Last week, we began Chapter 5 of the Mission of God. We discussed utopia and the false utopia that is gained through a belief that the state can be the savior instead of Christ. There's lots to be encouraged about with the post-film. It's true. So, you know, what I kind of do is I just kind of read through. I do stop every now and then to expand or kind of think out loud at certain points. But this is the part of the show where I just kind of talk and read. And if you guys have something to say related to what I'm reading, put it in chat. No, I have no problem reading it. I agree. This has been a great place for questions, processing, and thinking through all that's been going on. Thanks for this, Mafuki, in chat. Oh, thank you, Stead. That's very kind of you. All your kind words are so nice and, you know, not necessary. So I just so thankful. And of course, Disc with all the very generous subs as well. All right. We're in halfway through chapter 5 now. We've got about 12 pages. We're on page 133. Post-human omnipotence. So how might this vision of total power be realized in the real world? How might total control, total predestination, the necessary precursor to utopia, be achieved by man? One recent proposal pushes the belief in man's technology, scientific planning, and providence to new heights. Instead, no. I mean, if you want to be kind, you can. I'm not saying you can't be. I would appreciate it if you'd be kind. One recent proposal pushes the belief in man's technology, scientific planning, and providence to new heights. In the book, The Last Prophet, by Haldane, communication by telepathy results in the emergence of a superorganism. The social consensus of humanity is conveyed by electronic waves automatically so that all community units, or people, act in the common interest at all times. A similar idea is vividly expressed in the science fiction of Star Trek, especially in the feature film First Contact, in which the Enterprise's heroic crew engages in a struggle for the survival of humanity against a collective consciousness known as the Borg. The Borg's goal is perfection by the assimilation of all peoples and worlds into the Borg collective. If Adamant is still there, the age of lifeless beings. The Borg, a race of part organic, part cybernetic automatons, are all interconnected by carrier waves so that they are effectively no individuals, or at least no individual wills. Although there are millions of humanoid beings, drones, the Borg's claim in confronting races for assimilation is that their power is irresistible. All will be assimilated and resistance is futile. Granted, this is the realm of science fiction. Yet, such dreams of a new type of enhanced hybrid human actuate many scientists, technocrats, and bureaucrats today. Although the dream of man becoming a Superman is nothing new and goes all the way back to the ancient pagan world. Surprising as it may sound, increasing numbers of ethicists, futurists, and scientists hold that man can become a great deal more than he presently is by the use of emerging technologies. That would include cognitive enhancement, behavioral modification, bionic implant, and more. It is thought that these things may lead even to the defeat of death and mortality. I noticed one thing about the Borg: they were mostly, if not all, Caucasian. It just so happened, just FYI, it just so happened that most of the people that took over were Caucasian. Yeah. There are many current efforts underway to develop these ideas and move toward the reality of a transhuman or post-human world. James A. Herrick notes, quote, hundreds and perhaps thousands of university and corporate research facilities around the world are involved in developing artificial intelligence, regenerative medicine, life extension strategies, and pharmaceutical enhancements of cognitive performance, end quote. Inspired in some measure by Nietzsche's Overman, which glorified self-actualization, transhumanism, influenced by Gnosticism, rationalism. Hey, Liam. Good to see you. Welcome. We're just doing some reading here. Chapter 5 of Mission to God. Gonna get through it eventually, one of these days. So inspired in some measure by Nietzsche's Overman, which glorified self-actualization, transhumanism, which was influenced by Gnostic rationalism or science fiction and developed in the thinking of British philosopher Max Moore, has become a global intellectual and cultural movement with a considerable following amongst the intelligentsia. Built on the cultural myths of evolution, progress, the Superman, and the power of a collective intellect, the eugenic idea has returned emphatically in transhumanism, but with a difference. The eugenics movement of the 20th century, exemplified by the Nazi utopians, held that progress and evolution cannot now be achieved accidentally, with natural selection left to take its course, but rather must be controlled by deliberate selection. So funny how we were talking about that last week. I did not intend that. I hadn't read this chapter yet, so it's funny how God's providence, I guess. Let's see. Since intelligent man has become the custodian of evolution, the post-human believers agree with this thesis, but realize that the old eugenics breeding program was scientifically flawed. In terms of genetics, we are not inevitably improving, since genetic entropy, the progressive accumulation of harmful mutations, is working in the other direction. Accordingly, for the transhumanists, enhancement evolution is the clear next step. Evolution, it is held, has produced us, and through us it has produced technology, so that we are at the point where we can transform our own species by technological manipulation. The essential hope is that it will soon be possible to integrate human technology, nanotech, biotech, information technology, cognitive sciences, with our natural, physical, biological systems, that an effectively new species of man will arise that blends the technological and synthetic with the organic. Man and machine merged into the transhuman, something beyond human. It begins with mechanically augmenting the body, but they believe it will end in an ability to deposit essential human consciousness in mechanical devices. This gradual transformation would include the extensive use of pharmaceuticals to enhance or alter cognitive function, and would be combined with an emphasis on re-education of the population about human nature. As computer scientist Hugo de Garis has put it, quote, because of our intelligence that's evolved over billions of years, we are now on the point of making a major transition away from biology to a new step. You could argue that maybe humanity is just one stepping stone. End quote. What was previously considered to be magical and mystical in ancient paganism will now be pursued by technological means. Today, genetic manipulation is very much a reality. Nanotechnology is advancing, and human DNA is being looked at as a possible information storage device, whilst many techno-futurists genuinely believe that within a generation, human beings may be able to interact directly with cyberspace by immediate access via the cerebral cortex. Furthermore, some computer engineers reckon that our rate of progress will result in an internet that is 1 trillion times faster than today's within 40 years. Not only is the emergence of the transhuman thought to be in the interests of enhancing human experience, in progress towards something other, but it is also reckoned to be humanity's only escape from inevitable extinction. So, if you're just catching this now, this chapter of the Mission of God is about utopia, and how men try to achieve utopia in various means. So the ideas of the state being God, the state being sovereign over and above the one true God, Jesus, Yahweh. That's why we're reading about a lot about this kind of weird stuff that you may not have heard of before, but it is actually a very real thing that secularists and like it says here, technocrats and stuff believe that that's our future, that we're going extinct, and so we need to enhance our lives via technology and force evolution, which is what eugenics was all about at bottom. Live Reaction says, in this political landscape, distinction and extinction are basically interchangeable. Clever. It's true. Yeah, we need definitely need to get away from the distinctions of some of the politics that we've been talking about, lest we head to extinction. Heinrich writes, quote, Professor Julian Savulis is the head of the Uehiro Center for Practical Ethics at Oxford University and a leading proponent of human enhancement. So again, this is a professor. This is not like tinfoil hattery. This is a guy at Oxford University talking about human enhancements, transhumanism. Human enhancement, which is the school of thought that promotes the progressive use of biotechnology to improve human intellect, moral reasoning, and other traits such as physical strength. Savules has argued that deep moral flaws and destructive behaviors point indisputably to the need to employ technology and education to change human nature. Wow. So technology and education are employed to do what? To change human nature. Why do you need to change human nature for? He argues that because there are deep moral flaws in humanity. Continuing. Either we take this path or we face extinction as a species. According to Savules, genetic science, improved pharmaceuticals, and moral education may hasten the emergence of the new and better human. End quote. Such men genuinely believe that technology will conquer everything from outer space to death itself. Human nature. Thank you for the lurk, J-Cube. Human nature will thus be conquered, delivering humanity into the future as evolved demigods. Interestingly, in this process, the internet is viewed as man's first great step toward a unified consciousness. This vague idea of a unified consciousness is expressed in Teilhard de Chardin's Noosphere. N-O-O-S. Noosphere. In Kurzweil's Singularity, and also in Bertrand Russell's World of Shining Beauty and Transcendent Glory, that will blanket the earth and pervade the universe. This omega point is a globally integrated immortal race, right? So it's funny how, like, we'll talk about the Borg, right? And the Borg, of course, the Borg is evil, but he's pointing at the fact that, well, there are very smart people in academia and Oxford and stuff who are saying, like, yeah, I mean, like, we're going to be extinct, so what we need is we need integration with everybody and be part of the one and be unified, right? And it's just funny how you look at that and you go, well, as a Christian, I believe that we should all be unified in Christ, and in that sense, we are all the same. but we're also very distinct people, and we don't lose our humanity, we don't lose our individuality when we become Christians. But here, the idea is that, well, through technology, we'll become an integrated, globally integrated, immortal race of beings. Continuing on. The pagan religious nature of these ideas, though shrouded in the language of science, is very clear. The ultimate goal is not simply the emergence of a bionic man with an interconnected consciousness through cyberspace. The basic belief is that evolution, or the universe itself, the process of nature, through its human and then post-human offspring, and their technological innovation, is moving toward complete omniscience and omnipotence. Ambitious evolution is merely using us and our descendants as its cat paw. Snatch technological divinity from the cosmos's chaotic flames. This faith is a religious trust in the post-human potential, a radical humanism that is fervently committed to the belief that man can achieve his humanity, can transform his humanity to godhood, seizing the attributes of God and achieving immortality, universal knowledge, and unified global consciousness. Now, there is a necessary link between the goal, just all over again, ye shall be as gods, yeah, the grasping for the prerogatives of God. It is God's prerogative to know to determine how the world works and what our role is, but we want that for ourselves. We want to be autonomous to the point where we can be immortal and all powerful. Now, there is a necessary link between the goal of man transcending his humanity and the need for increased limitations on human freedoms, including freedom of speech and religion. Thank you, Yoshi, for the lurk. The right of privacy and the erosion of free sovereign nations through the seizure of power by a global authority. In essence, to acquire power over nature, that is, himself. He's a part of nature. Man will need total power over people. As Heinrich explains for Savules, quote, more is needed, including worldwide cooperation, in a way that humans have never so far cooperated, end quote. Once again, global government and control is apparently necessary for man to reach this divine potentiality. According to some post-human experts, quote, the near future will usher in a global culture enabled by a massively more powerful internet, end quote. Hugo de Garis takes as simple matters of fact that quote, technological progress will create within 40 years a global media, a global education system, a global language, and a globally homogenized culture, which will constitute the basis of a global democratic state, end quote. This massive centralization of power for the common good will of course require us all to surrender our historic commitment to freedom. Welcome back, J Cubed. Savules writes, quote, we could reduce our commitment to liberalism. We will, I believe, need to relax our commitment to maximum protection of privacy. We're already seeing an increase in the surveillance of individuals, and that surveillance will be necessary if we are to avert the threats that those with antisocial personality disorders, psychopathic personality disorders, or fanaticism represent through their access to radically enhanced technology, end quote. Total power means total surveillance, and the elimination of privacy in order to neutralize the threat that those who have antisocial personality disorders or who are fanatics. So again, part of becoming gods in our own humanity would be to become omniscient, which means total power over total surveillance. So total surveillance actually is part of the ascent to usurp the God's omniscience, usurp God and his authority. Contemporary utopianism already identifies those who oppose the legitimization and promotion of the queering of culture as mentally ill individuals suffering from irrational phobia. And the fanatics are, of course, the traditional religionists, the Christians. Quote, traditional religion has been the black sheep of enhancement advocates, an anti-technological and anti-futurist force to be opposed, end quote. Transhumanism is clearly a religious utopianism, growing in strength and influence with a real faith in the singularity, the one. Here we meet the Borg. Here we meet not only the lust for power. Christianity has some words to say about innovation. Yeah, I'll say. Christianity innovated many things, but they were always God glorifying, and the kingdom of God was expanded through the usage of those innovations. Does anyone else notice the sharp uptick of God talk? Ever calling everyone a god for increasingly ridiculous reasons? It's only natural. We are religious beings. When we've turned to worship of science and playing God in science. That's right. Science, initially, we had the belief that the world was orderly, designed by God, and it was ordered by God. And so studying science, studying the world that God created, was thinking God's thoughts after him. It was God glorifying. And so the pursuit of science was initially a very God-centered pursuit, and playing God was not something that we wanted to do. But this is why we need more Christian scientists, more Christian geneticists, Christian everything, because they will have the right worldview to navigate these the trying things in this world. Continuing. Here we meet not only... Oh, welcome back, Fuzz. Been lurking? Appreciate the lurk. Always appreciated it. Very helpful. Glad you're back, though. Continuing on. Here we meet not only the lust for total power in the idea of total surveillance, but once again, the pursuit of unity in the Godhead, which requires the use of power to reach this end. So we're see these parallels between the secular religion and an attempt to mimic God. UFC is on some crazy knockouts. Some cravey knockouts? Oh, so no, some cray knockouts. I'm glad you're having a good night, Fuzz. The common creed motivating a delusional craving for total predestinating power is that, quote, ongoing evolution will eventually produce a unified cooperative organization of living processes that spans and manages the universe as a whole. What the? Did you hear that? This was a quote. Who was this quoting? It's number 32. John Stewart cited in Herrick, page 51 rather. So, the ongoing evolution will eventually produce a unified cooperative organization of living processes. So that's all people are in atheism. We're just a collection of processes, and we're not actually human beings with our own sort of ideas. They're Stardust. Right, exactly. You got it. That's to quote from Jeff Durbin. We are a bundle of chemicals and processes, and so ongoing evolution is to be a unified organization of those processes. What does that tell us? That's the Borg. Like, The Borg is clearly the villain, and they're an awful, totalizing species, and yet we have very intelligent professors being like, yeah, like, ultimately we're processes, we're stardust, bumping into each other. So really the only really objective good there is to have a unified series of processes, to be one. The likelihood of that is less than 0.0000001. Yes, that's not going to happen. Because we know too much about God's word and the way he designed humanity to function. So, the processes, the spans that manages the universe as a whole. End quote. If ever there were a working manifestation of the demonic urge to be as God, this is it. A cosmos-sized, unified bureaucracy of living processes managing the entire universe and the emergence of the cosmic mind, a counterfeit God. All of this may seem far-fetched, that men are seeking the power to alter the very essence of human nature into a grotesque hybrid of semi-cybernetic life, followed by the assimilation into some form of universal collective. But this is the utopianism of humanism. In reality, a dystopian aspiration. Decades before today's futurists, H.G. Wells, a utopian par excellence, spoke of the process of thought, of which all are a part, growing in range and power without limit. Wells believed man as a collective could be immortal. In this quest, man's task is to subordinate himself to, quote, the immortal being of the race, end quote. All are to give themselves to that which increases in knowledge and power. Man, I read this stuff and I'm like, people really do believe that it's possible to not be religious. These arguments are not scientific and just objective. These are religious arguments he's making. People are subordinate to the immortal being of the race. All are to give themselves to that which increases knowledge and power. To the ensuring of this end, there should be no delay. H.G. Wells writes, quote, my idea of politics is an open conspiracy to hurry these tiresome, wasteful, evil things like nationalities or war out of existence. To end this empire and that empire, to set up the one empire that is man. End quote. This will come about when man gives himself to the collective and to science. Quote, we can all be citizens of the free state of science. End quote. Unlurk, welcome back, Adamant. The impediment to accomplishing this glorious state of science, as H.G. Wells saw, was people's feeble-minded attachments to God. Quote, our political, our economic, our social lives, which have still to become illuminated and directed by the scientific spirit, are still sick and feeble with congenital traditionalism. End quote. What is the solution? A great release of human energy and a rapid dissolution of social classes through the ever-increasing efficiency of economic organizations and the utilization of mechanical power. In other words, man's transcendental aspirations to, quote, grow in range and power without limit, end quote, require coercive political power to dissolve classes and the use of technology or scientific control. For the most part, contemporary Western intellectuals, especially the New Left, the leftists, believe power must be used to demolish the traditional family, the Orthodox Christian faith, and any hint of social classes. Only then can the necessary economic transformation take place to advance this collectivist cause. The language of the sciences and social sciences are easily translated into the language of collectivism and totalitarian politics, and such writers move seamlessly back and forth between them. Take note, in the Nazi utopia, the vision of the Übermensch, the Superman, was used to justify scientific experimentation and a variety of forms of eugenics. In the quest to improve the quality of the race for a glorious future, many of these ideas have been subtly reintroduced by the medicalization of society and politics. As far as the impact on human liberty is concerned, medical interventions and political interventions essentially amount to one and the same thing. From the advocacy of birth control to abortion rights, infanticide, euthanasia, tax-funded sex change operations, and state-mandated insurance coverage for birth control and abortion. Moreover, modern states are involved in a great variety of forms of genetic research, including some recent efforts to mix male and female genetic material in a human embryo. This politicization of science and medicine in the name of equality, freedom, and progress works toward the elimination of the normal sentiments of individual persons, to replace them with enforced public sentiments of the whole. And you see that today, don't you? You all can see that. How often is it like, well, make sure that you're aligned with the public thought, right? If you don't virtue signal, if you don't say, hey, yeah, I'm one of you. I'm part of the collective. Even though I'm actually not actually doing anything, I just want to let you know I'm part of you. I'm part of the one. Scientism be scientist. Yeah, scientist gonna scientist. That's right. So to read that again, the politicization of science and medicine in the name of equality, freedom, and progress works toward the elimination of the normal sentiments of individual persons. So if you have an individual thought that is sort of unique on its own, and it's nuanced, it doesn't really fit into any of the very broad categories of, say, for example, white versus black. And you replace them with enforced public sentiments of the whole. Jacob says, which is insulting to the scientists we know and love who understand the purpose of science as a means of worshiping God with our mind and loving God with our mind. Yeah, absolutely. Science is not a bad thing, and not at all. Science and religion and science and Christianity are not opposed in any way. And as far as the foundations of science is God and His creation, Christianity is only opposed to scientism, but the actual pursuit of learning about God's world is not by no means opposed. Christianity and those things and science, the actual pursuit of science. Continuing. The wielding of this total power to bring about a utopian order, with or without the dream of the post-human cyborg, requires a vast nanny-state bureaucracy by which the whole of life is scheduled. The transition to utopia may be traumatic, we are told, but it's for the best. Right? Those riots that we're experiencing today, the innocent lives being destroyed, well, gotta break a few eggs if you want really real change. It's for the best. Gradually, various instruments of freedom and power are withdrawn from individuals and families, so that power is concentrated in the source of secular divinity, the state. Private property is one of the first freedoms to be targeted. Of course, in the Bible, you can't even have an 8th commandment without private property, right? The 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal. You can't steal something from someone if they don't own it, if it doesn't belong to them. So the idea that to abolish private property is to go against the scripture. Progressive taxation of income property and inheritance leads to open and brazen assaults on private property, including direct seizure of money from bank accounts and of land or goods. Also, property and inheritance. That was actually God's system that he put in place in Israel for how people would be wealthy and increase their wealth. Proverbs say, a righteous man leaves an inheritance for his children and his children's children. So, if we are righteous men, we should desire to save an inheritance and give them to our children. And if the state takes that inheritance, they're taking a prerogative that God has given his people, by which they can retain wealth and also gain wealth. So what I'm emphasizing here is just, I don't want people to assume that like I'm political, like I'm saying political things, and because of that, it's like, whatever, like, you're not being very Christian, you're being too political right now. It's like, I'm trying to say that, like, this is very real. Wish I could be here longer, but need to bounce. Yeah, it's been a long stream. We talked a whole lot. Thank you so much for joining me, man. I really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. God bless. I'll see you around the community. Have a good... Yeah. And my pleasure as well. Hope you were encouraged tonight. I'll let you know who I am. Yeah. I've seen you around, but it's good to hear from you. And hopefully you were encouraged and learned some things tonight. That's always my aim, is to try to talk about things and learn and delve into some deep things during these streams. So, continuing. Money, a form of private property, whereby one form of property is converted into another. So, money is a form of property. It's just that it's paper or coins and represents the value of something, right? But it's still yours, even though it's not a product itself. The money is therefore a means of power or dominion. Private property must be steadily abolished because it introduces a rival power or source of resistance to the power state. Wealth and property must be equalized and become collective property owned by the state. Because the state is God, right? So they determine who gets what, right? It's not God. It's not the actual one true God of creation, of Christianity, that determines who gets what. The talent. We talked about the parable of the talents. Like, forget that, I guess, right? God, the good master giving one person more talents than the other. Apparently, to God, that seems fair. It's fair to him. Let's see. Wealth and property must be equalized and become collective property owned by the state. All men then become children. That's so interesting. Wow, I never thought about it like that. You become children of the state, dependent upon public assistance. So now, how like we refer to ourselves as the children of God, right? Begging for your allowance, yeah. It's a very religious thing to say, because we become children of God, and He's our Father. God's our Father. But in this system, the state becomes God, and now we are the state's children. Interesting religious symbolism there. The most powerful social entity then owns and completely controls the source of power: money, property. A moment's reflection reveals that today, the modern utopian is a good way toward realizing such goals. Quote, "The fact is that the concept of the state, or the community, completely dominating and regulating the lives of its citizens has been, by and large, accepted in the second half of the 20th century. The debate of the past several decades has been merely with whether the state, the race, the ideological empire, or world government will stage manage the last acts of the passage to a coalescing mankind." again, coalescing, like to merge together, to coalesce from all these different streams to coalesce into one. You see, the utopian then sees the planet as a source of unlimited power. If that power can only be properly harnessed, channeled, all the potentiality of man and nature can be focused on the conquest of other planets, solar systems, death, and God himself. The ultimate goal is therefore the acquisition of power over things and men. In essence, it is the will to be God. The delusions of men in this regard are staggering. The scientific socialist future was the one that Orwell contemplated with horror. Science in this vision becomes only what serves man's purposes. It does not glorify any God. You don't seek it out because it honors him, and pursuing medical science or educational science helps to reverse the effects of the curse and stuff like that. No, it's none of those things. It serves man's purposes, which, as we've seen, is power and control in the end. Society itself becomes an experiment and an exercise in material manipulation. Human beings become little more than the guinea pigs of scientific planners. For any experiment to be valid, the basic requirement is total control of the environment. That's how you do experiments, right? All the factors must be under controlled conditions. Therefore, in the utopian vision of society as social experiment, a totalitarian vision is a necessary starting point. Because how can you do experiments if there are all these variables that you can't control? So this is what he's arguing here. Jobut's arguing that you must first gain totalitarian control of a society before you can then properly make do scientific experiments to better humanity. You can't have all these outliers causing the experiment to be invalid, right? All these people who are making different choices beyond the ones that you want them to make. This is what is said with regard to the failures of Marxism in its political regimes past and present. There was or is a failure to foresee or control certain factors. Having learnt from these mistakes, many in the intelligentsia believe the experiment can now function properly. Unforeseen variables can be eliminated. That would be the goal also, right? If you these aberrant factors and variables, they're messing up the experiment, the experiment of grand human utopia. So we should get rid of them, right? They're not human beings with inherent value, intrinsic worth, made in the image of God. They're an aberrant factor. No longer about understanding reality, science has become the task of controlling reality. So rather than the Christian view of reality, which leaves predestination of human beings to God, and thereby leaving man in a place of liberty by denying the right of total control to any one human agency, scientific society believes its desired social results can be obtained by means of controlling causation. This has led scientists, futurists, and political utopians to discuss or pursue everything from cloning to the modification of human organs, the creation of a synthetic human being, control of the weather, elimination of crime, modification of food, colonization of the universe, development of an artificial sun, elimination of disease, creation of transhumans, forced sterilization, and postponement or deliverance from death. Of course, some of the things in there are good. Like, for example, elimination of disease is a good thing, right? We're trying to care for people, keep people alive, right? But the motivation for doing those things, like elimination of disease, is wrong in the futurist or the scientist's position. This new Tower of Babel seems terrifying and imposing, as intimidating as the great statue of Nebuchadnezzar doubtless appeared to Daniel and his friends. Quote, "The world of the future shall be God's world, and man in that world shall be only what the predestining power and control of God intends him to be." That's a quote from Rushdoony. The wrath of man. One further logical development of man's dystopian will to power is the arrogation to himself of the power to judge and pour out wrath as the new God. In a world rejecting the one true living God, the need for judgment has not vanished. If God's covenantal judgments in history are denied, I lost my place. They are denied, man's word of blessing and cursing must replace them. If God's transcendent court and judgment are abolished in man's thinking, then man needs to create for himself a purely world-bound and temporal court for absolute judgment and consign men to an imminent hell for disobedience. If history is all there is, judgment cannot be delayed. And that's super important too. The reason why we could have a system of government, a system of judicial punishment in the Western world, where, on the basis of 2 or 3 witnesses, a charge is established, innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty means that people are going to get away with something, because you have to absolutely prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that someone is guilty before you punish them. That's the standard of the scriptures, of judicial punishment in scripture. But if there is no God, if there is no divine judgment, if there will be some people who will get away with it in this life by that standard, then we're going to change the standard. Right? The idea is that we believe God doesn't exist, and because of that, we think that justice can only be happen in this life, and so we want to do away with innocent until proven guilty. We want to do away with it because we can't. People will get away with it if we go by that standard. That's what he's saying here. If history is all there is, judgment cannot be delayed. If you delay it, then what if they die of old age, or they'll get away with it and it won't be just. But God, the one true God, will not let anything by. He will reconcile all things to himself. No one will get away with anything. Every man will either receive justice or mercy. No one will receive injustice. Not in God's world. Someone might get away with something in this life, but not forever. Let's see. If history is all there is, judgment cannot be delayed. To delay judgment is to hinder progress toward oneness and unity. As Albert Camus put it, the judgment pronounced by history must be pronounced immediately, for culpability coincides with the check to progress and with punishment. End quote. The Christian view of reality can give men maximum freedom under the law, and need not insist on absolute and immediate judgment in history over all sin, because ultimate judgment and the judgment of men's hearts and motivations belong to God alone. Without the living God, however, the utopian state fills the vacuum in man's craving for judgment. The terror involved in such a view is that this de facto God, the power state, has no transcendent critique, since there is no God in judgment over it. The utopian naturally recognizes that not all the population will agree with his vision of a total order that doles out summary judgment against the structural oppressors and resistors. So, in political discourse, the people, or the real population outside of a demonized religious right, are the abstract group upon which the new can't pronounce this word. Unanimity is established. This public is then indoctrinated and required to internalize the politically correct way of thinking, and the nonconformers are then punished for their bigotry. Sound familiar? Their bigotry, intolerance, rejection of the democratic will, sexism, classism, nationalism, heterosexism, and a variety of psychological phobias that multiply by the week. To the scientific planners, the utopian worldview is allegedly so self-evident that only the perverted would resist it and must be put on trial by media, politics, or tribunal for their violation of the new positive human rights. This is the presently tame expression of temporal judgment in the West. The brutal interference of the state in the Chinese commune system is well documented, including the regulation of the sex lives of married couples, the one-child only policies, for example. And yet, these horrors give Western intellectuals little pause. Molnar comes to the disturbing crux of the matter. Quote, all this is done in order to change the nature of man, extirpate his selfishness, and still collective consciousness. The utopian leadership always claims that its function is merely to facilitate association among equal citizens, including among members of a family, or in the religious utopian language, communication between them and God. So, what he's saying there is like the idea, utopian leadership is saying, well, we're not totalitarians. We're just trying to help you. It's for your own good. We're actually trying to help you facilitating communication between your family and God and your purpose and all that. Under such a claim that the citizen shows his virtuousness to the extent that he abandons the socially divisive attitude of looking out for his own and his family's interests. So again, we're seeing the parallel here. The argument is, well, the state is trying to become God. And we see that in this example where we see utopian leadership saying, well, it's for your own good. I mean, we're trying to help you and you're not giving anything back to us. And so you need to love us, state, utopian state, more than you love your family, more than you love everything else. But that's God's prerogative. God's the one we should love more than anything else. Under such a claim, the citizen shows his virtuousness to the extent that he abandons the socially divisive attitude of looking out for his own and his family's interests. And with a complete loyal candor, trusts the leadership class to take care of his needs. Conversely, doubt in and resistance to this ability and love show stupidity, obstinacy, and viciousness. Doubters and resistors must be punished, since they contradict the associative principle and they break unanimity. Doubters and resistors must first be excluded from the membership of utopian citizenry, hence from membership in the human race. The utopian who has scorned and abolished the coercive power of the state with its police, laws, courts, and executioners proceeds to restore them in the most matter-of-fact way. On the extermination of resistors to utopia, all utopian writers are in agreement. End quote. So, judgment, as an expression of total power, comes from the new God, personified in the scientific socialist state. Every worldview has its vision of judgment, heaven, and hell. In much Eastern thought, hell is temporal existence, and heaven is impersonal being or non-being. For the utopian, hell is the world of God's law and absolute values, and heaven is the coming collective consciousness where man transcends his humanity. The dystopian nature of this doctrine of judgment and its diabolic threat to freedom under God is made plain by Rushdoony. Quote, to transfer final judgment, heaven, and hell from the eternal order to time is to absolutize history and to enthrone man as God. It means the destruction of liberty, because history ceases to be the realm of liberty and testing, but becomes the place of final trial. Having made the final judgment temporal, the humanist cannot permit liberty, because liberty is hostile to finality. Liberty presupposes both trial and error, and the possibility of serious waywardness, when and where man is sinful and imperfect. History cannot tolerate both trial and error, and also insist on finality and the end of trial and error. The humanistic utopias are all prisons, because they insist on finality which man does not possess. Accordingly, the socialist utopias demand the re-education of man in the post-revolutionary world, in the era beyond judgment. The new era is the new heaven on earth, but history refuses to terminate on man's orders, because it runs on God's time, and not in terms of man's myths. End quote. That's good stuff. God's universe, God's reality, God's time, they function according to what he wills. And you can fight against it all you want. It's not going to do any good. Whenever man usurps the attributes of divinity and seeks omnipotence, he creates a hell on earth, and those he claims to be liberating become victims of the vindictive wrath of a counterfeit god. Boy, have we seen that this week, haven't we? When you seek omnipotence, when you seek the attributes to usurp the attributes of God, you think you can find justice by looting and rioting. You're victims of the vindictive wrath of a counterfeit god, of the false god of utopianism, of social justice, and all of that. Yeah, I think how many pages we got? We got like 2.5 pages left or so. 3.5. The omniscience of the Godhead. The biblical doctrine of the Holy Trinity includes the affirmation that the living God is all-knowing, and that this is basic to the being of God. A true God cannot be without total knowledge, since this is logically required by creation, total government, predestination, and total power. As Christians, we believe that God knows us totally, from the hairs on our head to the content of our minds, and that he governs the life of man comprehensively in his providence. It is then immediately noteworthy that in the dystopian projects of the modern age, we have the man-god, the religious object of the utopian, through the organized apparatus of the state, pursuing a total knowledge of man by regulation, and more importantly, education. This is because the new God must, like the living God, he is seeking to usurp, be all-knowing. Omniscience must be co-opted into man's vision of himself, if he is to be God. This God cannot settle for approximations or tolerate provisional, uncertain conclusions about a nature whose recreator and predestinator he believes himself to be. So if man thinks he's God, if the state thinks he's God, then you can't abide by the idea that, I can't abide by approximations or provisional uncertainty because you're God, right? it's so fascinating to break this down and see how people actually, without knowing it, how incredibly religious they are, how attuned to either worshiping God or becoming God they are, without even knowing it, without ever considering why they do it. Within this claim to omniscience, there is also the presumption of the right to gather information in minute detail on every citizen, manifested in the parallel proliferation of surveillance. Today, the United Kingdom is the surveillance state of Europe, with a vast network of cameras photographing the citizenry several times a day. Increasingly, by this control of an ever-shrinking sphere of privacy, various mental health programs and sensitivity training, as well as the now mainstream chemical treatment of people's minds, the man-gods are seeking omnipotence. However, the most important strategy in the utopian plan for omniscience has been the unrelenting drive to control all the apparatus of education. Since the utopian does not believe in a permanent human nature, so they don't believe that human beings are inherently sinners, that we're fallen in Adam. They do not believe in a permanent human nature, but a socially constructed and evolving one in the hands of man's technology. The effort is continuously made to direct education, because they think the idea is like, well, if you educate people, then they'll stop being bad, right? Education is part of the hope of the utopian, the hope of the state, the state as God, right? Because it's the human equivalent of where am I? Was I here? Yeah, it's the human equivalent of God writing His law on your heart, right? Man's trying to write their law on your heart in whatever way they can. They can't do it spiritually to take out the heart of stone and put it in the heart of flesh, but they're gonna try because they're God. They're the false God, counterfeit God. The idea is not to civilize a person in terms of what it means to be a responsible human being, discerning right and wrong, truth and falsehood. The goal, rather, is to, again, the development of a system that will transform both current and future generations of children into good, pliable participants in the utopian order. Historically, from ancient Sparta to the former Soviet Union, this has typically involved either the complete removal of children from the care of their parents, or the elimination of parental teaching and influence as far as possible, keeping the child in all-day education from daycare to university, out of reach of potential parental ignorance. Again, the idea is like, well, we can't have these kids learning stuff from their parents because that would mess up the utopian vision of the future, right? It's an aberrant factor. In order to experiment and to bring the human race forward to the grand utopian vision of the future, to the secularist, you can't have all these different tangents and people, these stray threads of by having these parents teach their kids different stuff. But rather be unified in the utopian vision, and that's why education is so important. So education is education in the mind of the utopian is a vision, is a attempt at godhood. Continuing, by breaking the Christian concept of the family and achieving its progressive disintegration, the reintegration of the new man can then begin. As such, utopian education is not preparation for life and freedom with the goal of enabling children to think critically, equipped with the tools necessary for a life of learning and inquiry, like it should be. So the Christian would believe that that's what education is about. But don't get played. It's not about that for people who don't have the Christian worldview. Instead, education is social activism. The goal is a homogeneous, predictable product, less able, less critical, less inquisitive, but more pliable, not nurtured in divisive Christian understandings of life, but with the feelings of equality, fraternity, and dependency. Whilst formal, graduate education is on the surface still encouraged, its goal is no longer the achievement of excellence for the individual, but rather the fusing of the personality of the child with the common masses. Nothing should be allowed to undermine the achievement of a pale equilibrium. The objective, then, is a new creation, a new human being, you might put it this way, a new Jerusalem, known totally by the man-gods who brought them to birth. Education is governed in the modern utopian age by the doctrines of behaviorism. The utopian believes in the perfectibility of humanity, born without a sinful nature or a pre-established essence. As such, man is a neutral being and totally malleable, they're a tabula rasa. As a purely material creature, an aspect of the cosmos, a person is ruled by external impressions and environmental factors. Accordingly, by applying scientific and social controls, the individual is made ready for use in the building of the city of man. History itself can be wiped out as mere social construct and power relations in disguise by the educational revolution, which leads to revolution in all spheres: political, legal, economic, and scientific, creating a clean slate on which society can be recreated. Again, it's what we're seeing in the riots, right? Break down society, break it all down, the very foundations of it, and then build it on the ashes. As in Hegelian thought and Eastern pantheism, individual consciousness is the problem in the psychology of behaviorism because it leads to alienation, fragmentation, or disintegration. So it's Eastern. So it's like secular thought and Eastern thought, in that sense, are sharing similar space. They're both saying, well, individualism is it causes fragmentation. So if you don't bow to the mob, so think about it more practically, right? What we're experiencing right now is if you don't bow to the mob, then you're a pariah. Like you're not part of the one, the collective. You're fragmented. The fully empirical man, totally controllable and governed by conditions and environment, cannot have an independent personal consciousness, which would lead him away from oneness, the false unity in secularism, and universal consciousness, as well as opening him to considering the existence of a personal soul and of a living God outside and beyond nature. Why is this radical rejection of true personal consciousness necessary? Because to admit the existence of personal consciousness and individual souls would deny the new man-God his omniscience. You don't know everything, but there's someone who does. God who isn't like you. Or who can control inner consciousness? Who can control individual minds, the soul, the being of God? Or the being of God? Individual personal consciousness must be rejected. Behaviorism considers a human being only in its evolutionary terms, and thus wholly animal. You tell people, you teach people for decades in school and the average person that you're an animal, that you're not made in the image of God. You are an animal. You were evolved. What is America? What is Canada? It is a collection of disparate animals and their own groups of different animals in a cage, locked in a cage together. That's what we are. To the secular mind. And they wouldn't, and of course, many people wouldn't say that that's what they believe. That's what it is, though, in that worldview. We are different animals. Animals, nothing more than animals. And here we are locked in a cage together, vying for our place in the world. There is no qualitative, rational dividing line between a human being and a beast in this worldview. This idea is promoted by leading ethical thinkers like Peter Singer. And in the animal liberation movements he helped spawn and amongst pro-choice advocates. Here, man has no God-given soul and possesses no intrinsic superiority to or dominion over the animal world. All liberation movements are culturally Marxist, but the liberation they seek is from God, into the world of the new man-gods and the freedom of necessity, the inexorable movement toward unity. These movements toward oneness, toward the breaking down of all differentiation, of all real distinctions, not only raise the ontological status of animals and vegetation, but level man and beast. Human babies have no more right to life than do foxes, seals, or pigs. Killing babies and aborting children is no different than from drowning puppies. Furthermore, experiments and conclusions that seem valid in the animal sphere are treated as valid in the human sphere, especially in the realm of psychology. Clearly, then, there is no mind basic to this view of man, and education because there is no mind-body, soul-body, or subject-object relationship at the level of ultimate reality. Matter and spirit collapse into one. Man is material and essentially passive, and the educator must go to work on him and make and condition him for the scientific socialist state. This materialism does not eliminate concepts of spirituality, which are a man-made means of accessing the God within and putting man in touch with the cosmos or nature. Of which he himself is part. Materialistic or pagan concepts of nature and the cosmos nurture and produce such pantheistic and occultic religious ideas. The chief aim is omniscience for the man-god. The outcome of the omniscience is the ability to predict and control totally. A given stimuli will produce a given response. Since such control is difficult to establish in adults, the key is to remake children by educational conditioning as early as possible. Utopians said, I haven't caught everything, but what I've heard has been really thought-provoking. Have a good night, man. Jesus saves. Thank you so much, Dad. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you found it thought-provoking, engaging, edifying, all those things. Thank you, brother. Have a good night. So, let's see. So, starting education early, because it's harder to establish that with adults. Utopians religiously believe that education will gradually change the universe to fit man's planned order. This progressivist freedom, in which children are raised and educated in a scientific or experimental way to join the collective and help man reach total unity, is the dominant view of state educators today. Rushdoony notes that two things become very apparent in utopian education. 1. When mind and body are made one, mind being resolved into body, thought and action are also made indistinguishable, and any priority of thought destroyed. Because again, we don't have our own thoughts, right? We are our bodies, right? We have no souls in this view. And 2, man's only freedom is to be conditioned to act in conformity to group standards. Once again, we have divine attributes, which in Christianity are basic to the being of God, with some predicates to individuals made in the image of God: personhood, mind, planning, transferred to the new unified Godhead. In the world of dystopian education, social engineering first reduces the human to the animal, which we've already seen. We are nothing but animals. And then denies independent consciousness to the individual, whilst attributing thought, planning, power, predestination, and omniscience to the collective, the immanent one. Mild language is insufficient to describe this vision. It is nothing other than a demonic beast, a monster bent on destroying mankind. For as Rushdoony notes, every attempt to create utopia has only brought man a step closer to the borderlands of a totalitarian hell. Man is not omniscient, nor is he at the wheel of history. He is a creature, and by his attempts to be other than he is, by manipulation, experimentation, drugs, and social engineering, he only reveals his enslavement to the machinations of dark spiritual powers, likewise beyond his control. Babel is broken. Men's utopias, the man-created, the man-planned societies of the future, are always a dystopian nightmare, because man is fallen, a fallen sinner in rebellion against God. Romans 5:10-21. Fallen man is in constant denial of this reality, and hates to accept that he is both a creature and a broken one at that. As such, he is dead in trespasses and sins, and utterly incapable of saving himself from himself. Ephesians 2:1-3. His demonic urge and evil desire is transparently the one seen in Genesis 3:5, to be as God, as was said in chat earlier. And his motive is to force the usurpation of the divine attributes, which, being falsified in the hands of sinful man, produces not a paradise, but hell on earth. As Molnar expresses it, quote, "Utopianism has been shown to be not only wrong in the light of rational arguments, but by the experience of life, but that it is also a demonstrably moral evil." End quote. However, if man is not a sinner, as utopian dreamers claim, he does not need a savior, but an expert, a guru, or a lama. Essentially, an elite class to reorganize all things and plan man's liberation from what we are in fact the results of his own sins. These elite believe that the new man gods can move beyond good and evil as defined by God, and becoming their own maker, reimagine and redefine all things from truth and justice to human nature, family, gender, and all things else. Human power, it is thought, through a central organization of society, can restore paradise and overcome the burden of sin. Not moral evil, but man's disjoint from nature, his alienation from nature. So again, the sin here is not like sin as in sins against God. It's disjoint from nature, to be separated from nature. We're told that we are nature, and so the idea that we are something more than nature, beyond nature, nature around us, that is the sin. From Thomas More to Bacon's scientific elite, who prepared the way for communist thinkers, to Karl Marx, with his many disciples and descendants, right through to today's cultural Marxists, the New Left, international Marxists, and religious environmentalists, Man is driven by his lust for power and his hatred of God's created order. The more deeply one is committed to the utopian illusion, the less able one is able to recognize one's own depravity and sin. In the final analysis, dystopia is produced because of man's prideful defiance of God and lawless desire to manipulate mankind's future by enlarging man to cosmic proportions. Molnar is to the point. Quote, Utopian's real vice is, first, the desire to dismantle human individuality through the dissolution of individual consciousness and conscience, and consciousness, and then to replace these with the collectivity and coalesced consciousness of humanity. End quote. His arrogance puts him on God's throne, possessing total power, knowledge, and control, believing that only paradise is fit for the man-God. As we thumb through the pages of utopian history, we walk into the abstract no place world of human delusion. Utopias, when implemented in the social order, are as unworkable and destructive as they are cruel. Interestingly, the 19th century utopians anticipated the nationalization of industries, welfare state, socialized medicine, state pensions, and more. These seemed ludicrously radical then, but are now part of life for most Western people, whose social order these utopian plans are steadily bankrupting and destroying throughout Europe and North America as I write. A religious worldview. Utopianism is a religious worldview. It has religious views of God, nature, man, and community. The universe is one substance, both self-creating and self-sufficient. This world substance is one substance. Sorry. This world substance is not yet fully divinized, but through the process of evolution and change, the substance is being purified and made homogeneous until it becomes a spiritual whole. Very Eastern religion. It's called the Omega point. For this point to be reached, it is necessary that the imperfect be steadily changed or removed. As it stands, this final point is only a potential point in the future. So man, as part of history and world substance, must redivinize himself by bringing about the reunification of man with nature. To this end, experimental knowledge is power, which was, of course, the temptation in the Garden of God back in Genesis. In biblical terms, man now seeks vengeance against the God of the garden who drove him from paradise. By building his Tower of Babel and attempting to arrest history as a monument to his own divinity, the city of man. In this sense, the utopian lie is the original temptation that can only produce dystopia. The gospel awakens man from their sinful dream and quickens them to understand that they are not God. It can never be omnipotent, omniscient, transcendent, or sovereign. Rather, men are made noble in the image of God, created as his vice regents to serve. As vice regents to serve, obey, and glorify God, and in this to discover their true joy, their original humanity, their unity and diversity, both one and the many. In Jesus Christ, the fragmentation produced by sin is undone, and man is made a new creation, restoring his fellowship not with nature, but with the living, true God and his fellow man. Illustrated for us in the communion feast and the life of the church. Then, as the new humanity in Jesus Christ, people are called once again to exercise not domination, but dominion under God, making creation a culture to turn the world back into God's garden by the ministry of the gospel and obedience to God's every word. God alone makes all things new by regeneration and sanctification. And he alone brings history to a conclusion at his ordained time. Only then will there be a new heaven and a new earth in which complete righteousness dwells. This alone is the answer to a man's religious hunger, God's new humanity in Christ Jesus, in whom we are made one in the Lord. God is in total control. His purposes will prevail, and our joy and peace, salvation and rest. Oh, Dust. Rating with the 10 people. Thank you for coming, Raiders. Welcome. I'm not sure if there's any architects around. Welcome, welcome. Where were we? God alone makes all things new by regeneration, sanctification, and he alone brings history to a conclusion at his ordained time. Only then will there be a new heaven and a new earth. Hey, Dust, thank you very much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming. Only then, a new heaven and a new earth. This alone is the... Oh. Thank you for the follow. Legit Titan. Thank you for the raid, everybody. This alone is the answer to man's religious hunger. Not utopia. Not statism. God's new humanity in Jesus Christ, in whom we are made one in the Lord. God is in total control. His purposes will prevail, and our joy and peace, salvation and rest is in the worship of the one true God and enjoyment of him, in fellowship with his people forever. Pagan man dreams of pure consciousness, which is in fact unconsciousness. But St. Paul summons all to awake from dreams that lead to death, and declares, "Awake, thou that sleepest, arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light." That concludes chapter 5 of the Mission of God. Next chapter, we're going into chapter 6 next week. We'll be reading the first half of it, likely. And it's titled, "You Shall Not Pervert Justice," relating evangelism, justice, and God's kingdom. And I'll give you a small taste here. Quote from Richard Baxter: "True morality, or the Christian ethic, is the love of God and man, stirred up by the Spirit of Christ through faith, and exercised in works of piety, justice, charity, and temperance." Well, thank you all for the raid. I appreciate Dust. We talked about it a lot today. Another long stream. Lot to cover. We covered Blessed Are the Poor. We covered Christians being played. We covered some interesting talks about utopia and statism and how it's a form of trying to usurp God and his sovereignty. We're gonna raid somebody now, and I just got raided. Let's do a raid train, shall we? Oh, Disc is raiding. We gotta raid Disc for all his generosity tonight. Thank you all for joining me. Hope everyone find that edifying, instructive, God honoring. I love doing this stuff. I love playing games, having a good time, hanging out with you guys in chat. There's so many people in chat tonight. It was wonderful. I hope all of you got something out of it. And I will be back sometime soon. Let me get that raid going. There you go. Probably I'll probably be back like maybe tomorrow or Monday. But A plus stuff to you, Adamant. Appreciate you. God bless you. Let's raid Disc and let's give him an extra show of support. because he was so generous to me and to this community. So here we go, guys. See ya, Lord willing, either like Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. And we'll be back with playing some more games and stuff like that. So take care, guys. I'll see you over there.